Kudlow Show.
Janine Bureau here with an urgent retirement warning. Even as Trump stands up to China, billionaires are fleeing Wall Street. But I trust the experts at Colonial Metals Group to help you. So visit freegoldguide.com/Bureau or call 800-965-8004 for your free gold guide on how to bulletproof your IRA and 401k with gold tax-free. You could also qualify for a free home safe and as much as $7,500 in free silver. That's freegoldguide.com/Bureau. Call 800-965-8004 now.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you struggle with getting good reception in your home, C. Crane's CC Wi-Fi 3 Internet Radio is the solution. Here's why the CC Wi-Fi 3 is so special. Connect the CC Wi-Fi 3 to the Internet, and you're ready to tune in to over 25,000 radio stations worldwide. Certainly helps if your favorite radio show is not carried on your favorite radio station anymore. It includes stations carrying my show. No static, no fade, nothing. The voice-focused audio surpasses any smartphone on the market. Plus, there's no need to sign into any apps, worry about additional monthly fees, eavesdropping, microphones, or pop-up ads. And with a full-size remote control, finding what you want while relaxing in your easy chair has never been simpler. It even doubles as a Bluetooth speaker for your favorite music and podcasts. To order the CC Wi-Fi 3, call C. Crane at 800-522-8863 or visit ccrane.com/Frank. That's CCRANE.com/Frank. Use code FRANK at checkout for 10% off orders over $75. Blackstone Incorporated in New York, New York, seeks a vice president, BXTI Cybersecurity, to build own multi-discipline cloud security program and strategy that encompasses data security and cloud as primary focus. Design, build, manage robust, resilient cloud security controls. AWS, Azure, GCP, minimum of a bachelor's degree or more equivalent in computer science. Cybersecurity or related, plus 5 years of experience in the job offered, or related occupations are required. Salary ranges from $180,000 to $250,000 per year. Interested?
All right. Excuse me. Hello, Chico P Radio, 2009. Hello, RRT08. Good morning. Yeah, the C. Crane Wi-Fi. Let me go look at that radio. Let's go look at it. Let me go over here. I was watching My Radio DX. I'll watch it later. I know he posted a video on his firmware update. C. Crane Wi-Fi 3. Okay, there we go. I'm looking at the Google. Okay. AliExpress sells it? Wow. Anyway, I'm going to go to C. Crane website. And I'm going to open this tab. I'm going to move it over here. And minimize that. And let me put it up right here. Everybody can see it. Of course, I got the ad for the CC Pocket. I have this radio. This radio is a nice radio too, by the way. CC Pocket is a very nice radio. So this is the one I'm talking about. You know, if I were to ever buy a Wi-Fi radio because it's C. Crane, and C. Crane is very reputable, I will buy this one. Only because C. Crane makes it. And I think C. Crane will, you see, internet radio with SkyTune. So I guess I have a deal with SkyTune. Because a lot of radios out there, internet radios, I don't trust them. Because, you know, they might work for a couple of years or so and then they have a falling out or the company goes under, whatever, the content provider. and this radio becomes useless. But with C Crane, I think that if I were to buy one, it'll probably be something like this one, a C Crane radio. If I was looking for internet radio, which I'm not. I'm not looking for no internet radio anyway. But looks like a nice radio. You know, if I was looking for one, I would probably go with C Crane. Yeah, it costs a little more, but I know they're not gonna just fold up and go away. The SkyTune provider, whatever. Because C Crane has a big, they're very reputable. I give them credit for that. So, you know, yeah, I know we all have internet radio already on our phones. I know. But I was saying, if I was looking for one, I would probably look at something like this one. And there's a couple of other ones, but, you know, of course, I am happy with my phone. I use a whole bunch of apps. I have one for just international stations, and I have one for, yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Not everyone has a smartphone. Well, yeah, and unfortunately that's the case. Some people don't have a smartphone. Uh, but that day is that day that no one has a smartphone is going away fast. Because I heard that the other day. It's kind of ridiculous by now. You know, and some people have a smartphone by now. I mean, even if you, I mean, and just look at the people coming over the border. Just look at the people coming over the border, and they all had a smartphone, and it was free. So, if you're low income or no income, by the way, if you're low income and no income, you can get a phone for free. You know that, right? There's a whole bunch of providers. Like what is it? I can't remember the top of my head. Assurance. Assurance, you can get a phone for free. I know because my brother has it. My brother, he's on disability. My brother has a free phone. He's legally blind. In one eye, he's legally blind. And he has a free phone from Assurance. No, he has a free phone. It's an Android phone. I don't know what model it is, but he has apps in it. So he has a free phone. He has a free phone with I think he's provides Assurance, and I forgot the other one. There's a bigger provider. It's a free. You get free phone. Actually, I'm gonna Google it. Google is my friend. So anyway, that thing about not everybody has a smartphone. That's you gotta be under. I'm sorry, you gotta live under a rock by now. Everybody has a phone now. Everybody has a smartphone. Because you can get a free phone. You're not gonna get a lot of minutes on it, but you're gonna get internet on it. So yeah, I'm gonna say that everybody can get a phone now. So because I saw that the other day, and I was talking to somebody about that, and they were like about voting. It was something about voting and some other stuff. It was something about getting your ID and all that. And somebody was like, "Not everybody has." I think some politician said that over on the radio. Not everybody can have a phone. That's bullshit. Sorry. Everybody can get a phone now. Everybody can get a phone. You know, of course, I'm paying for my plan. My wife and I are paying for this plan. But if I really want to get a free phone, I can. Believe me, I can. Is it going to be top of the line phone? No, it's not going to be top of the line phone. I mean, it's going to be pretty good, but it's not going to be top of the line phone. It's not going to be top of the line phone. But because that was an argument that a Democrat brought up. Not everybody has internet access with their phone. That's bullshit. People act like, you understand? Some of these politicians, I'm going to say, I don't care if it's politics that people don't like it. Some of these people think that, some of these politicians think that people are really that stupid. That's like the governor of this state. She said, I remember a couple of years ago or so, she said something about African Americans don't have access to the computer. I mean, that's a really stupid statement to make. African American kids or something like that, she said. I don't want to say verbatim what she said because it really sounded stupid. But these people think that we have no common sense. So when I tell you that you can get a phone for free, believe me, you can. I know a lot of people that have a free phone. A lot of people. A lot of people have a free phone. Okay? So let's end that argument right now about people don't have access to the internet with a phone. You know? All these people that were coming up here, they all had a phone. They were all using the CBP app to register to come over the border. So I'm sorry if that offends anybody, but that's the truth. Everybody has a phone. Even if you live in Guatemala, you got a free phone coming up here. I know people don't like when I talk about this, but I don't care. That's the truth. Sorry if it offends anybody. But yeah, I would if I was ever gonna buy an internet radio, I'll probably buy something like this one. Only because C Crane can give me some kind of guarantee that the internet radio service in the radio will still be working in 5 years from now. As opposed to another radio where it might work for a few years and then cut off. Yeah. Chicopee Radio Plus people who do have phones switch internet streaming apps. Like, yeah, I know. I have Spotify. I use Spotify. I tried Pandora years ago. Yeah, okay. So they lost service on the first ones. Yeah. Like, for example, I would assume, and I'm assuming, sometimes not a good thing to assume, that this one at least will have support. Maybe like, for example, I'm sure they have it. Let me see if they have it. Well, you can update it. Like the firmware, you can update it. And maybe I have to open it up. Well, maybe you can update it or something. Yeah, wow. Doesn't have a USB. There's no USB. How the hell are you gonna update this? That's interesting that this one is that, but it has this cover here. It has this cover here. I don't know. There must be a way to update it. Because I have a Yamaha receiver. I have a Yamaha receiver. Oh, over the internet. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. There you go. So yours update over the okay, good. Cool. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that's cool then. All right, yeah. So when you log into your internet, when you have your internet connection, then it connects to the server and it updates. Okay, cool. That's cool. Yeah, okay. So there you go. So that's cool. All right, so that's cool. So that's why if I were to get an internet radio, I'd probably get this one. Something like this one. You know. Let me see the back of it again. Oh, it has a line out. Okay, it has line out. It has line out, so I can hook it up to my stereo. Oh, cool. I can hook it up to my stereo receiver and replace. Because I have a Yamaha receiver, a stereo receiver. Man, that's the my mouth, sorry. And that one used to have internet radio, and that one, it's about how old is it now? It's a good 13 years old now. I bought that I think in 2012, and first couple of years it was working fine, and then I put it away because I wound up. I know I put it away. I put it away in the closet, and I wasn't using it anymore. I was using another radio, another stereo, and so on. And then about a year or so ago, I tried to. A year ago, I tried to connect it back. I started my stereo here last year with my HD tuner and all that. And then I hooked up the Ethernet to it. And when I try to connect to the internet, I get an error. I got an error on it. I was like, what the hell's going on with my receiver? And then I looked it up and I found out that my internet, my receiver, excuse me, my receiver, they no longer, the content provider went out of business. So they had an update for some of the models. And I happened to have the model that there was no update for. So I got screwed. So now my receiver doesn't have internet radio anymore. It has AM and FM on it. It has AM and FM. Um, you know, Everything else works fine. It's a good receiver, but the internet radio is dead. It's dead. I can no longer use the internet radio on my receiver. It's gone for good. Finito. Gone. So that sucks. Yeah. So that's why I'm very skeptical about buying an internet radio box. But if I had to buy one, it'll probably be this one. I have to make an exception. And RT08 likes his. So I will probably buy something like this. That's the only one I will buy. I will stay away from the other ones. I know Sangia makes a couple of them. I believe there's a company called Ocean or something. Ocean something. I probably would just get this one. I'll pay more money, but I get peace of mind. You know what I'm saying? If we're gonna have this for the next 10 years or more, I'd rather just pay a little more and I'll get this one. I'll probably get something like this. So there you go. Hello, Glenn Dansler. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Happy Saturday. Happy Easter, everybody. All RT08. The onboard speaker sounds larger than it sounds. Yeah. Yeah, so I think about, I'm sure they put a lot of one thing I give C Crane a lot of credit is their stuff is quality. Their stuff is quality. I'll give them credit for that. Even my CC Pocket is well built. So, it is quality though. That's one thing about C Crane. Yeah, and they also got look, it's right here. Support 7 days a week. I don't want to go. Anyway, it's above here, but yeah, that's another thing you're paying for. You're paying for the support. You see, I have the CC Pocket. I like my CC Pocket. I bought mine from eBay, but I like it. It's a nice little radio. Of course, I have that loop also. The Turk. Let's see. I have that loop. It's a very good loop, though, by the way. I have that one. Oh, you have the same GM version. Okay. There you go. Wow. I'm just reading something right now. Jesus Christ. This country, I'm telling you. Wow. Oh my God. I just read an update right there. Oh my God. I'm speechless right now. I need a minute. I don't want to go on a tirade right now. All right. FT8. Let me see what's going on. Yeah, right now it's not much going on today. Wow. Okay, let me go to that group. Yeah, I'm gonna stop accepting friend requests on Facebook. I'm getting too many now. Well, suddenly everybody wants to add me. I'm sorry. I can't. I don't want to have too many people on my Facebook is getting annoying now. People DM me. I don't like people DMing me on Facebook. All right, so this is the group. Let me put the camera like this. Why is this so blurry? What's going on with this thing today? Why is it looking blurry right now? Okay, what's going on? So right now it's 562 members. Okay, why does it look like this? Yeah, a lot of places sell the Turk. I got mine from eBay. Why does it look like this? What's going on with the screen? Yeah, that made it worse actually. Wow. That made it worse. Let me see if I put it this way right here. That was focused better. I put it right there. I mean, as long as it's legible, I guess. Or if I have to move the screen like this a little bit. I should have done the OBS thing. Really, Danny. I should have done the OBS. Oh, you have YouTube TV? Cool. Pretty cool. I'm just trying to show you the. Let me see. I'm just gonna put it a little bit like that. Trying to go down to. Somebody updated. Oh, well, actually, not somebody. A lot of people did. Let me see. I'm trying to go to. This one looks interesting. Yeah, probably this sold a lot of them through my video because I did the update. Because I did one of the update videos. I have two update videos actually. When I went from the original to 1.01. I mean, excuse me, not 01. The original one bricked on me. The original was 1.028. That one bricked on me. Then I went to the next one, 0.30, and that one worked fine. And then from there, I went to 1.01, and that one works fine. But if you want with the one with the color screens, and it did add a few more things, the one I'm using right now is 1.08. I tried 1.09, but it was glitchy. It was a little glitchy. So that's what I'm using right now, 1.08. Of course, they have up to 2.1, but I'm not gonna recommend it. That's why I haven't done another video yet. I'm gonna wait till a few more, see if it's worth it. So if you buy it, if you own it, and you just bought it, my recommendation is 1.08. That's the one that seems to be stable. It works fine. 1.08. Okay. That's the one that's going to have the color screens. It has the themes. When you tune it, it automatically changes the mode and the band. For example, if you go to a ham band, it automatically selects upper sideband or lower sideband, depending on what meter band you're in. It does that automatically. Okay. So also, you don't have to go to the menu to do a seek, to do a scan. You just turn the knob, press it down, and turn it up, and you scan up. If you press it down and turn down, it'll scan down. So all that is in 1.08. That's the one I recommend. 1.09, I didn't find nothing different about it. So 1.08 for me works fine. 1.11. I would not recommend that one. That one, it did work, but it was glitchy. The battery indicator was stuck on 0%. What was the other thing about? And then now they have 2.0. See right here, 2.1. I don't recommend that one for now. I'm gonna wait for that. I'm gonna wait for that for a while because I don't see, I don't see a big difference on that one. And the reason I went to 1 point, um, and by the way, some radios now when you buy them, they already come with. When you buy them, like this one, this model, some of them when you buy them, they already come with version 1 installed. So I noticed some of the newer radios, some people posted that it's already at least version 1 is installed. So you might not even need to do a update. And so far, the good thing about this radio is that when you update it and it kind of bricks, it's not really a total brick. You can still put the old one back or another one. Okay. Now again, I'm not responsible for that, so please don't, bitch and complain to me about you brick your radio. Sorry, nobody put a gun to your head to do it. I'm just saying, because I already had a couple of people. I got mine from AliExpress. Mine took a while to arrive. So if not Amazon, I would not recommend Banggood for this radio because I read some stuff on it. I can't verify it, but some people bought a couple of them from Banggood and it stopped working. Like one of them, I think the speaker went dead after 2 weeks. Some people getting the inverted screen. Like when you update, they get the screen backwards. It looks like a mirror. They call it inverted screen or it's upside down. I think my Ready DX, he updated his. He had the inverted screen. Anyway, there's a fix for that too. If you do update, you get the inverted screen. There's a fix for it in here. I think it's this one. Yeah, this one right here. All right. I'll be right back. Let me go check out my son.
Are the biggest losers in this trade war. They can't absorb price hikes or shift production to someplace else. Joe Connolly, 77 WABC News.
Now, back to the Larry Kudlow Show.
So, not good news. Not good news coming out of Europe and the Ukraine-Russian talks. President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio have both suggested that they may have to abandon the Ukraine talks because nothing's going on. In Russia, particularly intransigent. Seems like they're bearish on Ukraine, more bullish on China. Anyway, Ambassador Robert O'Brien, former National Security Advisor, now Chairman of American Global Strategy. Robert, happy and holy Easter. Start with that.
Happy Easter to you, my friend Larry.
So I know you want to talk about carbon tariffs and stuff, but just give me a few thoughts. They're getting bearish on the Ukraine-Russian talks, both Rubio and Trump. How do you read that?
Well, the way I read it is, and we talked about this on your show earlier, Larry, that President Trump was putting himself in a position to mediate the case, to be the neutral arbiter and get a settlement. And so it's a little bit rough on Zelensky to start with, and of course our liberal friends and people got very upset about that, and worried that he was being too pro-Russian. I said, look, he's buying some space, and I didn't think Zelensky was going to be that hard to get to the table, and so Zelensky then came to the table, but Putin turned out to be reticent. And the Russians are tough people. They're relentless. They grind out wars. We've seen this happen in World War I, World War II. Fighting the Mongols back in the day. They're relentless, and Putin doesn't want to come to the table now. What he doesn't understand is that when President Trump says he's ready to walk away, that's not bad for Ukraine. That's bad for Russia because, as you pointed out very early, before I think 2 weeks before the conflict, where he said if we sanction the Russian Federation Central Bank and kick him out of SWIFT and disconnect him from the global economy, that'll open with China and North Korea to trade with, and that's not a good place for the Russians to be. And President Biden never did that, as you advised. President Trump, I think, well, if the Russians walk away or don't come to the table, I think President Trump is going to put full sanctions on them, and I think that'll motivate Putin to come back to the talks.
Yeah, keep the $300 billion on deposit from the Russian central bank and double up, have secondary sanctions. I mean, true sanctions on the oil banks and the oil shipping is what's going to happen. But it is somewhat disappointing. Now, more bullish on China trade, which was interesting to me. Said it a couple times this past week that there's going to be a trade deal with China in the next 3 to 4 weeks. And Robert, China unexpectedly, I'm just reading off of Reuters, China unexpectedly appoints a new trade negotiator. Okay, they got rid of Wang Shouwen, who's an old communist hack, and they put in this Li Shangang. I don't know him. He was in the Commerce Department over there. He didn't negotiate with us on phase one. But it's interesting. Just give me a sentence or two. A China trade deal would be very unexpected, I must say.
Well, it would be unexpected, and it's going to be a good deal for America. So China's not going to deal with what they've done in the past with American presidents. We want President Trump on phase one, which you and White House did a good job negotiating, but they didn't abide by it, and they ignored it. China's not going to have the same option this time. They're going to have to sign an ironclad trade agreement. And the way we're going to get there is I think President Trump is going to sign a great deal with the UK soon. I think he's going to do a deal with Japan and with South Korea.
Yeah.
And the Chinese are going to amaze in Vietnam and India. Yeah. And the Chinese are going to realize there's an odd man looking out. I think they made a mistake. There was hubris and pride when they retaliated with their tariffs against us. And what I tell people is China has $1 trillion trade surplus with us. You can't win a trade war when you've got a trade surplus that big. You don't want to lose it. So I think the Chinese are going to be boxed in. They're going to have to do a deal. And they'll have to do it in a way that saves face because the Chinese are a superpower and their face is very important. It's very important for Xi. So I think they'll do a deal. It'll probably take a little bit of time. I don't know if we can get it done in 3 to 4 weeks, but I think the precursor to that deal is to get a great deal with Japan, a great deal with India, and a great deal with South Korea. And then China will be boxed in, and they'll have to do a deal.
And Robert O'Brien, let's switch gears. You want a carbon tariff on, I presume, on China, but on everybody else. You believe in the carbon tariffs?
Well, as far as the president talked about, what are called non-tariff trade barriers, and you know this well. The countries will say, well, we've got zero tariffs, but then they allow their manufacturers to ignore environmental regulations and they don't enforce them. And so they use, on the labor front, they use slave labor, and on the environmental front, they just pollute. And so American companies have EPA inspectors around and OSHA inspectors, and it's very expensive to comply with all the regulations. Well, you can't compete with the Chinese when they're not doing that. So what I've said is, irrespective of the tariff deal, we got to deal with these non-tariff trade barriers. The president had said that. J.D. Vance and Peter Navarro also said that. I think Besson and Gluttnick are on the same page. And one of the big ones is this carbon footprint, where the Chinese don't enforce their environmental regulations. And you can imagine how cheap it is to use dirty coal and factories that don't have filters on their smokestacks. And how are you going to get an advantage against your competitors? And so what I'm saying is, if you're going to do that, you got to pay a fee when you bring your goods to America.
Well, then, because China's coal-based, increasingly, I mean, they're building all these coal plants, right? So that means whatever tariff we have on their imports, if we ever import from China again, they're all going to have to pay some kind of carbon tariff.
It should be both. There should be a trade tariff, and then the non-trade barrier, the carbon. So they can abide by the. China has environmental regulations. They claim they do.
Sure, they do.
They just don't follow them. Their companies don't follow them. Right. So if their companies start following the regulations, great. God bless them. And by the way, Beijing won't be so polluted, and that pollution won't get passed into the Pacific, where there's an island of garbage in the Pacific. They have plastic garbage that's come from China. So the carbon tariff will enforce good behavior.
All right. Last one. You're very worried that the FTC is going to break up Meta, Facebook, going the wrong direction. And by the way, I'm sympathetic to this view because whatever sins they have, you don't want to break up America's biggest technology and social media. You don't want to destroy them. You do not want to destroy them.
No. Larry, you've talked about these companies in the engine of our economy. It's Google, it's Apple, it's Facebook.
Yeah.
The Europeans don't have companies like that. Frankly, the Chinese don't, but the Chinese are building them. And with TikTok, Alibaba, and WeChat. And,
all right. Yeah. All right, sorry about that. Checking on my son and all that. He's still sleeping. He was up late. Going back to school on Monday. Yeah. Let me scroll down here. Let me check my wow, it's really I'm also doing some FTA. Right now it's dead. Wow, it's nothing. I don't want to tune the bands here because it's too early. There's nothing much going on right now. Conditions are not that good today. They're not that good. Look at all this stuff here, like this battery and this. Put it right here. Yeah, so I got mine from AliExpress. Now I gotta blow my nose. What the hell's going on? Man, we're supposed to have beautiful weather today. It's sunny. It's sunny out there. It's supposed to go to about 80 degrees today. Right now it's 76 degrees. And that's why I'm live streaming now because I'm not going to be on Earth later on. I'm going to be outside enjoying the beautiful weather. Excuse me. My God. All right. So that's the one I recommend. Is 1.08. I know Meredith Dexter, he updated his. He has a video he just posted. He had that issue with the inverted screen. So if you get that issue, don't panic. Because some radios, if you do update them, depending on what version, you're gonna get the inverted screen. I need to get a knob for mine though. Because mine came with a little tiny knob. So I wanted to get a bigger knob. So I was actually thinking about getting a second one. That way I can use that one with all the different updates and keep the other one as is. They're pretty cheap. I mean, if you get that radio standalone, you can get it for around $20. About $20 if you look around. I mean, it's amazing radio considering the price. It really is. Because it does single sideband. All right. Any radio at that price, this is the only radio I know of that you can get single sideband. Right now they're demonstrating that on I believe that's Shannon BallNet or RAF BallNet. Which one is that one? And this one is hooked up to speakers, so they're just showing you the video here. All right, let me play it.
7, 2.6, showers, 6. Light report. Yesterday, at 22200, operator observation, wind 200 degrees, true north.
So you can see upper sideband there. So it's a good radio. I mean, for the price. All right, there we go. So I mean, if you haven't bought this radio, you pretty much probably want to get this radio if you're a radio aficionado and you like collecting radios. This is definitely a radio I will get to just to collect. I mean, it's very unique radio, I have to say. And by the way, I'm not getting paid for this, so I'm not. But I will put the link in the description at the end of the. Actually, let me look at Amazon. You know what? I'm gonna go look at that. Let me go look at that Amazon. Because you just asked me, right? RRT08. You can probably get a good price on Amazon. Let me see. Website 4732. I'll tell you right now. I got mine from AliExpress, but the cheapest one I see right now is $30. Actually, $28, $27. I think I'm gonna go with $27. Let me see. Let me see that one. So that one you get the okay. So here you go. You asked me, right? Here you go. Amazon. So for $27 you get the donut antenna. That's how much I paid for mine, by the way. On AliExpress, I paid $27.92 total, plus or minus, coupon code and all that stuff. But it's gonna take you it's gonna take a while. This is probably coming all the way from China. Probably gonna take at least about a week and a half or so. I say about a week and a half. Mine took a month because it was a mix-up with them, whatever. But because they took forever to ship it out, and then they claimed that I received it. I didn't receive it, so anyway, it's a horrible experience. But no big deal. I still got it. If I were to order it again, I'll probably order it from Amazon. Only because I like their return policy and their refund policy is very good. That's why I will go with Amazon. If you have a Prime account, just saying, which I do. So this one comes with, let me see. I want to make sure they all, okay. So they all got the matching color. Oh, that's cool. They all got the matching color donut antenna. So if you get the white, well, it doesn't match the white one. You get the red antenna. They're all the same thing, wide band antenna. So you got 3 colors. Okay. So you got 3 colors. And yeah. So you're gonna get both. Let me see. Let me make sure it is. Let me see what's in there. Let me see. Yeah, so you get all that. So you're gonna get the whip and the donut antenna. That's a good deal because I had to pick one or the other. on AliExpress where I bought it at. If you already have the whip, it's no big deal because I already had the whip. That's why I went with the. So anyway, yeah. So right here, $27. That's a good price. I think that's a good price. $27. Let me get the link. Copy. Here we go. There you go. You put the link right there. There you go. So that's that vendor. We have that one. So yeah, so you get the radio. Put on that. So you get the radio, the donut antenna, and the whip. Of course, you get another USB cable. It's a USB-C. And yeah. So, you get single sideband. On FM, you get RDS. It does have RDS. Now I noticed a few people are developing the RDS to make it better. Right now it's a basic RDS, the one that I have version 1.08. But I've seen some other updates that they put the pi code in the RDS and it has a scrolling. They have like more information on the screen. I tried to update to that version. That's the version that messed up on me. So I have version 1.08. I'm happy with that right now. I know they're up to 2.1, but I'm gonna wait a while before I update it again, so it's more stable. Because I already bricked my radio a couple of times. But the good thing about this radio is fixable. Anytime you brick the radio, it's fixable. Just plug it in there again, make sure it's on, and do another update. Also, you can back up the original one if you want to. There is a way to do that. I'm not gonna do that. I didn't do that. So, but you can update to the. You can go back to the original one. Although the original one is not usable, you're gonna want to update. And also, I noticed some of the newer radios now people have been posting. They do have version 1 already installed in it, so you might not even need to update. Some of them already have the newer version on the firmware. All right. So there you go. Yeah, not much going on in FT8 right now. I'm gonna shut this off. Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna shut this off. Let me shut that off. Let me shut that off because right now it's dead. 10 meters is dead right now on FT8, so I'm not gonna bother with that. So there you go. Let me close the Facebook group. Let me close the Amazon page. Let me open up. Right now it's 12 o'clock, 12 after 12. So there's not going to be much on. Not going to be much on Shortwave right now. Okay, what's going on? Put that right there, I guess. Go back a little bit, maybe. How does it look all? Yeah, so I will recommend Amazon or AliExpress. And I don't really want to recommend AliExpress because the return policy is not good. But Banggood, I will stay away from because I read a few things about Banggood, and that's it. I don't know about Temu, although they also announced that they're raising their prices next week. Yeah, and that's another thing. A lot of you're gonna see that more and more. By the way, RTOA. That happened to me the other day when I bought the donut antenna kit. No, actually, that came from China. Man, I take that back. Never mind. But I noticed that too. That some people are getting this stuff. It happened to me a couple of times that I bought something and it came from an Amazon warehouse nearby. It happened to me a couple of times. So yeah, so Go Zizu seems to be shipping from Amazon warehouse. So yeah, so you might get it USA shipping. Because I was saying that Timu and is it Shine? There's another I never heard of this it's another Chinese store called Shine. I think it's let me see how you pronounce that. Let me look it up. All right. Why do this? Don't do this. Close this. Wait. Yeah, Shine. So they're gonna raise their price next week. So Timu and Shine are announcing the price hikes next week. I don't buy from them anyway. I bought from Timu before, but I haven't bought from them. I haven't bought from them in months. But I wouldn't buy my radios from them. I'm talking about like other stuff. Uh, but I'm not buying from Timu anytime soon. I'm not buying anything. I did, what I bought from Timu was a couple of these. Yeah. For example, what I bought from Timu was stuff like this. Planes and all that. There you go. That's what I bought from Timu. I still gotta find a place to put them, like die-cast planes and stuff like that, but they were really cheap. But I saw them on AliExpress, and I bought them from there. So, you know, but yeah, they announced they're gonna raise their prices. So you're gonna see more and more. You're gonna see more and more of that probably because of the tariff. That too. They're probably scrambling to send a whole bunch of all their merchandise. They're probably shipping it to the USA right now and put in a local warehouse here in America, and then whoever buys it, they're gonna get it locally. That way, to cut costs for now until they can negotiate something. But I think that's what's gonna happen too. So in the meanwhile, if you buy something, um, don't be surprised if you get it faster because it's probably gonna be local. Because that's what I've been reading up on, and I've been hearing that a lot of these companies are sending this stuff to the U.S. and having it in local warehouses, and then that way, at least for the time being, they can keep the prices low because some of that stuff is not gonna. Even though they announced the hikes, the tariff, and all that, they're not gonna take effect for a while. It might be another couple of months. I think it depends on the item. It might be a couple of months or so before you see a price hike or something. Like I said, I haven't bought anything recently. The last thing I bought was the donut antenna set, and I don't know if I'm gonna buy anything else. I know Monday I get my money from Google. I get paid on Monday. I get paid. I think Monday. I should get my money on Monday. Monday or Tuesday, I should get paid. And then there's only one radio I was thinking about getting, but now I don't know if I'm gonna get that radio now because Mario DX has that radio, and he said that the internal Ferrite. The only radio I was thinking about getting was another TF6686 desktop version of the radio to hook it up with my stereo. But I think I'm gonna pass on that only because I have an HD receiver that I like. It's okay. I was thinking about getting another HD receiver actually. But right now it's out of my price range for the other one. Let me look it up. Actually, I'm gonna look it up. Let me go to let me see. First let me check Amazon. Actually, I'm gonna check Amazon first. Because I want a home stereo HD receiver. Because I have the HDT1, but it looks like it needs it needs a firmware update, but it's not updating anymore. HD stereo receiver. Let me see. And I don't want to get a stereo receiver. Yeah, I'm not getting a Yamaha. Forget about that. Let me check. I'm gonna put FM. Actually, I'm gonna put tuner. That's what I should put tuner. Tuner. That's what I meant to say. Tuner. Yeah, that's too much money. I'm not paying 100. I'm not paying 183 for that. Let me put it right here so I can show you guys. It's so blurry. What's going on? Let me turn this off for a bit. And that's what I'm looking into. I don't want to tune yet because there's nothing really on right now, especially on shortwave. Nothing really going on right now. I was doing FT8, but it seems like it's dead. This one looks interesting, but I don't want to pay 183 for that. That's too much. Because I had the HDT1. That's the one I have, the HDT1. This is the that's the back of it. Same thing like mine. That's what I have in the back. I have the AM line out and the SPDIF. I have that SPDIF. Same thing, like the HDT1. The problem with the HDT1 is I noticed some of the stations. I don't know why they have a blurry picture there. I know that some of the stations it doesn't update the information doesn't come in. So let me see what else they have. FM digital tuner. Of course, people have this radio. They're like, I don't want to get another radio. I already have one, the Insignia. It works fine. And plus, I'm not paying $72 for this little radio. I want a receiver, a stereo receiver. I don't see any here. I know that people have this one. I like this one too. I was maybe thinking about getting this one also, but I was looking for more to hook it up with my stereo. But if I find a good price on this one, I will pick this one up too. So this is a Sangean HDR16. Of course, a fingerprint magnet. Okay, why is this thing popping up here, man? Come on, bro. You blowing up my spot, man. You know, the only thing I don't like about this radio, like the one I have, is they don't have an external antenna output. I don't know if this one doesn't. Let me see. Let me see if it has. I don't think this one has it either. They don't have an external antenna output or anything like that, which sucks. I wish they had that. I also wish this one had a bandwidth filtering. Bandwidth, not filter. Well, you can narrow the bandwidth in the different bandwidth settings. for FM. Then I will make this radio a very good FM DXer. Because I heard that the radio is very good on FM. It is very sensitive on FM. And it's also sensitive on AM. But I wish I had bandwidth settings. That would be nice. So if this radio would have had bandwidth settings and an option to give you an external antenna connection, I would have bought this radio a long time ago. But this radio doesn't have neither of that. And, but this is geared toward the average person that just want to listen to HD radio. But, if you want a DX, the bandwidth is going to be a little wide. That's the problem with that. Same thing with the one I have. The bandwidth can be a little wide. And because it has a big ferrite in there. I believe it's 200 millimeter ferrite. It's a big one. It's basically the same ferrite as the Super Radio. I believe the same size. I believe they use the same ferrite. 200 millimeter long ferrite. 20 millimeters, so. Yeah, so that's the only receiver I see for HD. Then you have this one. You have this one also. There's another one that looks interesting. The cabinet. Let me see the back of it if it has the inputs. Let me see if it has the. Oh, they don't show they don't have the back. Oh, Jesus Christ. They don't have a picture of the back? What type of outputs? I mean, it looks interesting. Let me see. Does it say anything in here about that? I have to watch a video on this one. So they probably got some connections in the back. You would think they would put a picture of the back of the radio. Let me see. Does it have anything here? Let me look at the ratings. So it's a DX. Some people getting 400 mile station. So that could be a DX. Let me see. Let me see this guy's post. Okay, so using DX stations. Very cool. So I'm looking for another HD radio. This one is I find this one interesting too. So it's between. So it's like a desktop, tabletop. Let me see. So this one shows WNYC HD2. Oh, okay. All right, this one got a picture of the back of it. Okay, so you got it looks like there's all right. It looks like there's an input here for AM. So you can hook up AM antenna, FM antenna, and you got your okay. Interesting. Yeah, he has this AM antenna. There's another AM antenna. So there's another AM antenna. This is a C crane antenna. See, that's a tuner. So there's an AM antenna. It's a coil antenna. The twin coil. It's called a twin coil. You see the tuner? And that's the twin coil. That's C crane. So this guy says, let me see what he wrote. Okay, interesting. Best of the tabletop. Okay, I like that. I'm not gonna read all that. That looks nice. Uh-huh. Do it, Danny. Do it. Get that one. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Come on, Danny. Get it. Come on, Danny. Go buy it. Buy it. I gotta find a good price for that. Another radio. This one is RDS, so this is not HD. So this is the RDS version, but I want HD. That's what I want. I want HD. Yeah, I gotta look. I gotta look around for the price. That's a little high. Let me look it up over here. That's the same GN. Excuse me. Move the mouse away. Come on, man. It's the same GN HDR 18. Let's see. Yeah, my God, it's expensive everywhere. Wow. $200 everywhere else. 268. Walmart has it for two. Where's Walmart? I just saw it. 269. Yeah. No. No. Not gonna happen. Yeah, not gonna happen. Yeah, not gonna happen. Somebody selling on eBay for $200 even. Nah, it's okay. I'll pass on that. I better get it from here. I better get it here then. Amazon. RRT08. That's why I bought the accessory pack for the DX286. It came out of Hong Kong when I bought the radio. Okay. I have the WR11, but it's not HD. Yeah, I heard of that one. WR11. 84 monthly. Nah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that monthly payment. I'm not doing that. Forget about that. I ain't doing that. But that one looks interesting though. Okay, what keep putting this picture, man? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. You're killing me, man. 84 monthly payments and it's yours. Yeah, right. Oh, God. Let me see. WR11. Which one is that one? Hey, Sanjian. I'm looking it up over here. What's the WR11? Which one is that one? I'm looking at the picture. I'm trying to see which one. Okay. Where is it at? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a nice looking one, too. Okay. I'm looking at the images. Okay. Can we close all these pop ups? Okay, let me close this. Let me close this. That's the one you have? Well, that's an SE. There's an SE. 40th anniversary. But it looks nice. You got the analog dial. Looks pretty cool. But that's an SE. And then you got the. Let's see which one is that one. Why this thing keeps popping up, man? What the hell, man? Popping up all this crap. Stop doing that. WR11 SE. I see SE. All right. Anyway, let me close this and let me close this. Got too many windows open now. My stream is gonna crash. All right. Let me see if something is on because at this point they have the clear cabinet version too. Oh, okay. Let me try. Wrong. Oh, actually, let me try something else. Yeah, nothing there. Okay. Actually, let me try. Wow, it's not coming in. Huh? All right, let me lower that. Let me put a. Oh, suddenly my focus is out of whack. Oh my god. Oh, suddenly my focus is out of whack. And believe me, I tried other cameras. It's just, oh, when it comes to these screens, I don't know why it does that. All right. Nothing there. I'm not gonna try the Super Bowl. Forget about that. I don't care about that right now. So I'm not gonna bother with that. 21. Try 80. Nothing there. All right, moving on. Sorry, moving on. Too early for me. Really bright. What's going on? When it comes on, let me see what the other side. Why is it so bright? I gotta get the angle. Great. Okay, let's just go up here. Not a lot of work. Focus a little bit left. Maybe you can see both. Not the best conditions right now. It's kind of early, you know. For me, it's early. It's 20 megahertz. The hell was that? The hell was that?
been gone. They realized that they were naked, and they tried to hide it. Yo creo que tenían las cuestiones de la sociedad que está that they missed the purpose that God had for them. And we see that Adam hearkened to the voice of his wife. He responded to his the voice of the Lord. This matter of God.
There you are, mine.
Para conseguir dos sacos esta segunda etapa. Pero vamos a escuchar esa frase, yo creo que también reivindicativa, y además hace bien Ancelotti. Pido respeto también por lo que ha hecho este mismo equipo hace muy poquito. La realidad de este mundo donde se cuestiona todo. También se cuestiona un club que ha ganado 30 títulos en 11 años. Entonces, imagínate, se me preocupo yo, se me cuestiona que hemos salido y hemos perdido un partido. Bueno, no me preocupo para nada. Más que un partido, ¿eh? Se le ha caído el equipo a Carlos Ancelotti, la verdad. Y en cuanto a la autoridad del partido mañana, ¿qué es lo que pasa? Además de estar, porque no está lesionado, o es posible que llegue para la final de la Copa del Rey ante el Barça dentro de una semana, pero justito, no estará antes de seguro. El partido mañana, Manu, tiene un peligro tremendo, porque primero visita a San Martín del Athletic, equipo que viene de clasificarse para las semifinales de la Europa League, es el cuarto de la liga.
So, Radio Estrella de España. Of course, anybody wants to know, anybody asks me. I'm using the MFET, of course, the same antenna I used for transmitting with this radio. So, MFET, I know people seem to. It's a very good antenna for receiving. Also, could be a little noisy at times compared to my loop antennas, But it's pretty good. It's a pretty good antenna. So it's basically 80 feet of wire with a 64-to-1 unit. And I paid about $34 for the unit on Amazon.
Vaya error de la defensa del Zaragoza entre Jair y el guardameta del conjunto aragonés. El Francisco que no se entendieron. En el despeje, el más atento, o en el no despeje, el más atento fue Alex Ferraz, que consiguió con una vaselina poner el segundo del marcador para los Granota. El Levante pone tierra de por medio. Levante 2, Zaragoza 0. Minuto 15 para 16 de partido en el Ciudad. Y tenemos también gol en Primera Federación y además creo que llegamos al descanso, Alfredo, en el partido destacado del grupo primero.
There you go. Gole. Un golazo. Now, of course, I don't always go by this because this is sometimes they don't update this as often. So sometimes we don't know exactly what you're listening to. Sometimes, I mean, of course, the major ones I do know, but when you get these other ones, sometimes it's definitely not that. Especially your part of the world and all that. So, like this frequency right now is not listed here. I can look this up and then I want to find out. So you cannot only depend on this. There's other ones, of course. There's short hyphen wave.info. I don't know if that one is still online. I haven't seen that one recently. And then you have the other ones. There's other ones out there.
يظهر كتب. هناك 3 كتب نوصي بها بشدة. واحد منها هو بداية عصر الكنيسة وما بعده، والكتاب الثاني هو آمل أن يخلصني الله. أتمنى أن يغفرني الله. الكتاب الثالث الذي يتطرق بتفاصيل أكثر فيما يتعلق بالجدول الزمني للتاريخ هو كتاب الزمن له نهاية. الزمن له نهاية. مرة أخرى اذهب إلى موقعنا الإلكتروني searchinghisword.com أو dannyshortwave.com قم بتحميل الكتاب. أولا كتاب نهاية عصر الكنيسة وما بعده، كتاب آخر مهم جدا. الكتاب الثالث هو آمل أن ينقذني الله، والكتاب الثالث surely when you respond to all these objectives together, then we can really say that we are the journey of integrity quality. And so answers after devices. So how is this journey of 70 years untold? We envisage the first year, we will be able to the great fundamental task of community building. And the final year, algo malo, pero en general yo creo que en España sí que nos han mal acostumbrado esos gigantes en cada disciplina, en este caso Rafa, que prácticamente lo ha ganado todo, que parece que si que los demás si no ganamos es como un fracaso. Yo creo que eso no debería ser. No debería ser así, y eso es el tema bueno, un tipo que tiene 21 años y que ha ganado cuatro títulos del Grand Slam. O sea, imagínate, todavía estamos. Pero bueno, a ver, tiene toda una carrera por delante y eso le va a arrastrar. ¿Por qué? Porque la sombra de Don Rafael Nadal, 22 grandes, pues es muy de la gana. Pero en cualquier caso, lo más importante es que mañana lo tenemos en la final, a partir de las 4 de la tarde, en la 1 de Televisión Española, lo vamos a contar en tablero, y luego dentro de un ratito. العنوان في الايميل قواه من العرب انت اديره بالقوم اول ما بقى على الوقت على السوسيو عنوان في الايميل قواه من العرب انت اديره بالقوم وقلت انت من العرب انت حلقه من العرب يبقى ان الكمسيحه يقول ان عليك الامين
Mixing there. All right. No, nothing there. Oh, wow. Hey, a little bit.
If you happen to be here for an afternoon, we'd love to have you come in and join us here in the studio. We start at 1 o'clock sharp, and we tape 4 half-hour programs, all right in succession with just a coffee break in between. So if you sometimes wonder, well, why have you got all the same people, and why is everything the same for a whole month? Well, that's the reason. We tape 4 programs.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go upstairs for a minute.
And we just have a good time. It's just a well-spent afternoon, and that's why I'm always appreciative of everyone that drives in for this. Without them, we just couldn't do it. Again, we want to let the television audience know that all of our past programs are available on videotapes. And while I'm talking about videotapes, I have my son and his wife and their little son, my little grandson, with us this afternoon. And Jeanette here is the one who does all the dubbing. She has just about got a full-time job dubbing, and she's meticulous. She monitors constantly. She doesn't just put them on a machine and then go her way. She monitors, and consequently, of the hundreds and hundreds, I think it's approaching almost 2,000 tapes that are now out, I think she's only had one that had a little something wrong with it. So I do appreciate what she does. And of course, her husband, my son Greg, works with me every day on the ranching operation, and so I'm just real thrilled that they're with us this afternoon. And my little 5-year-old, I don't know if he's going to make it through the afternoon or not, but Grandma's going to have her hands full. All right, then again, we want to remind folks that the first 3 6-hour tapes have been transcribed now into printed form. We're mailing out book number 3 just left and right. And again, we're just small potatoes. We're not a big organization. My wife, Iris, handles all of the mailing. She packages all the tapes and all the books, and along with her full-time nursing. So she stays fully employed. And I have to answer some questions that are coming in. Invariably, people will call or ask if we don't need any financial help because we don't talk about money on the program. Well, this program is no different than any other. We depend 100% on the gifts of God's people. And the reason I've always said I wouldn't beg for money, I feel that if we're in the Lord's business and He wants it to go on, it'll go. But nevertheless, we are dependent upon the gifts, the free will offerings, and so forth. Now, in that regard, I always like to remind our folks that no one no one takes a dime out of the ministry. No person except our auditor and Jeanette, of course, for her taping. But there are no salaries. The lady that I call my business manager, who takes care of all of the depositing of the checks, she pays the bills, she keeps everything running and brings out the monthly statement. She does it with no charge. She does it as a love for the Lord. And as I've mentioned before, the gals that are transcribing the tapes of the printed page do it for nothing. And then Nancy Carter back there, she does all the footwork, and she just almost works sometimes 24 hours a day. And we appreciate all these people. So consequently, when you send $10 to this ministry, $9.95 goes strictly to buy television time and produce the program. All right, so much for announcements. I think I've covered most everything, and I'm just not much good at announcements. But anyway, let's get into the book now. And those of you in the audience here in the studio, I've had you turn to Revelation chapter 18. And again, we always appreciate when people write and say that they just feel like they're part of the class. Well, that's exactly what we want you to feel. This is informal, and the only difference between this class and our weekly night classes are in those 2-hour classes, we let people just ask questions, and we have discussions, and we just have a ball. In the 30-minute time of a television program, we just can't do it. But again, for those of you in eastern Oklahoma and are able to drive a little ways, you call us, and we'd love to have you in our nightly classes as well. But all right, now in Revelation chapter 18 was a chapter that we had skipped over previously because I was trying to chronologically bring out all the events that are taking place during this final 7 years. Now, you remember in our last program, we were at the Battle of Armageddon, where all the armies of the world have gathered into the land of Israel, and Satan actually feels as though he can finally and once and for all get rid of the Jewish problem. I think that's the main reason that he calls all the armies to the Middle East. Not realizing, of course, that it's going to turn into that final battle between himself and the Almighty.
I went to check on my son, so he's still napping. Not much going on shortwave, so I'm just tuning the band because 10 meters is dead. I can't do anything on 10 meters right now. So let me tune down.
And the analogy, of course, in Scripture that it's like bringing.
Then I'm over here. I'm eating some lunch. I'm gonna be out for a while, so I'm not rushing. With a couple hours, so I'm gonna be outside enjoying the rest of the day. It's a beautiful day outside. It's last time I checked, it was 76 degrees outside, Fahrenheit, and sunny. Voice of Turkey. Yeah, give me the voice of Turkey. I know, this weather's crazy. I shut off my furnace a few days back, and then I had to turn it back on. So last night I shut it off. I'm not gonna have it on tonight. Hopefully, it don't plummet again too much. So.
From a blue Emerald cylinder, that's the Edison Mixed Quartet from 1913, with God Be With You Till We Beat Again, here on the Talking Machine Show. Thanks a lot for joining us. Heard from Bruce up in Lancaster, Pennsylvania this week. He says he heard the show for the first time on WWCR around 6 a.m. Eastern Time today, and he loves the old cylinder and disc recordings. So appreciate his report of a good reception in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, here on WWCR. Up next, here's Verna Delhart and Ed Spall from 1924. This is on a diamond disc. It's called I Want to See My Tennessee.
other day. But the way on a roll, upon a roll, he can be where he wants to be. And he can be what he wants to be. I'd like to be a little bee. Happy and free, goodness knows. You see me make the feline fall. The place I want to be once more. I'm going to be a one-up, and I'm gonna be my Tennessee. Feel the button, second there to me. I could lay for hours under the sky, among the flowers and butterflies. Tennessee, paradise. I know that if I had to, I'd be glad to walk those weary miles. Just to be in Tennessee and see my sweetie smile. Then he's double-E. It's Tennessee to you, but heaven to me. Oh, Lord, see, I wanna see my Tennessee. I remember living in a room. Just flew around the globe in all its travels. He said to me, he thought of my brain like Tennessee. Gardens will never roll around, cover the ground like that. When you see it, you'll know why. I keep a looking south and cry. I'm crying, see, I wanna, and I'm gonna see my Tennessee. Feel the button, take them there to me. I could live for hours under the sky, on the flowers and butterflies. I know that Tennessee, paradise. I know that if I had to, I'd be glad to walk those weary miles. Just to be in Tennessee and see my sweetest smile. Double-E. It's Tennessee to you, but heaven to me. Oh, Lord, see, I wanna see my Tennessee. Want to see the sun that woke me up each morning. Blue to see the dew upon the waving corn. 3 to 8 degrees for a cabin door. 5 100 highs and way to see some more. 6 to live and 6 to passion on the ground. 7 nights to heaven when I look around. 8 to both the gates will open up for me. 9 to see a sign on the Tennessee. And if I had to, I'd be glad to walk those weary miles. Just to be in Tennessee and see my sweetest smile. 1, 2, 3, 4, count up to 10. I count a million just to be there again. Oh Lord, see, I wanna see my Tennessee. Louis and Lena and Luna Park by Ada Jones and Len Spencer. That is on record.
Now I let it play because I was eating some food on the other side, having my lunch. Hey, I'm gonna get hit with copyright. You know what? What the hell? It's okay. I just don't get monetized on this video. That's all. On this stream for this. It's okay. No biggie. All right, let's tune down. There you go, WWCR, Nashville, Tennessee. And let's go down the dial. Hello, Glenn Dansler. Yeah, 82 degrees. Yeah. Oh, we just hit 80 here. 80 degrees. Sunny in Yonkers, New York.
Nor the things that men call comforts. The best comfort that I would desire would be loving those around me, and also would want an understanding that wherever I went in life, I would scatter happiness and make men happy. That is the way to be happy. And selfishness itself might say, love your neighbor, for in doing so, you love yourself. For there is clearly a connection between him and you, and in loving him, the stream of your love returns back into your own heart again. But I will not give you such a petty motive as that. It is too inferior for a Christian. It should be too degraded even for a man. Love your neighbor because that will be the way to do good in the world. You are philanthropists. Some of you are members of missionary societies. You give generously to the Society for Orphans
Sugar Rush
and other charitable organizations.
All right. Just tuning down the band now. Not much going on right now. I'm gonna hold it right there for a minute. Let me go check FT8. Not 80 there? Okay. Yeah, we just hit 80. That was the forecast for today, 79 to 80. So right now it's 1:30 in the afternoon here in Yonkers, New York. 80 degrees. Let me see if I got anybody on. Sounds kind of. Let me see if anybody's on. Yeah, 20 meters is good, but God, I need to get my general. Yeah, not much. Anyway, let me call out for it. Wait a couple of minutes. I'm gonna send out a couple of them, see what happens. Cold and rain all weekend. Yeah, well, we had that here all week. The weather was disappointing this week here because it was my son's spring vacation. So the weather was it was windy, cold, rainy on and off. So finally today, yesterday was okay too. Yesterday was about 70, I believe we hit, maybe 60. Anyway, yesterday was pretty good too. So today is beautiful. But my wife is working today. My wife is at work, and my son, he's gonna be indoors today because he has to catch up on his homework. He was supposed to do it during the week, and of course he procrastinated. My wife, made him do a few days. So today, as soon as he's napping now, he went to sleep this morning, I guess. He was up all night. I said, let him enjoy it all night, whatever. But today he's gonna be finishing his homework. So I'm not really gonna enjoy the day today because I'm gonna be indoors watching him do his homework. I'll go outside for a few minutes on my backyard here and there. But anyway, it was disappointing this week because we wanted to take him down to Times Square, to the M&M store, to the Wax Museum, but the weather's been. Anyway, we'll take him down later on in the probably before Memorial Day. We'll take him down there. And we were gonna go to New Jersey to the not the greatest, but whatever the mall is called. There's a big mall in New Jersey. We were gonna take them there, but they have they have a theme park in there and all that. And then we were gonna go down to Edison to the temple. There's a big Hindu temple in Edison, New Jersey, so we didn't get to do that either. So yeah, they just opened a Harry Potter store in Chicago. Okay. Yeah, he's not into that. He's not into that Harry Potter stuff and all that, but he's not into all these things. Like he's not into which is a good thing. I don't want the thing about some of that stuff is like, I'll give you an example. Like Star Wars. When I was a kid, I saw the first Star Wars. Then I saw Empire Strikes Back. right? And then about the third one, they lost me. Now there's like so many different Star Wars been out ever since then and all that. There's a big cult following. You want to call it? I shouldn't say cult. There's a big following now. I don't watch. I'm not a fanatic like that. You know. Same thing with any movie. You know, any type of movie. Usually the first movie is always gonna be, if it's a hit, it's always gonna be, they're always gonna want to capitalize on that. Then they'll make a part two and a part three. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, we get it. Enough is enough. So he's not into that like Disney stuff or Harry Potter. He's not into that. You know, yeah, Marvel is another one that people go crazy over. I don't really care for all that stuff. I never really did. As a kid, I tried to get into comic books, and I just couldn't. I believe me, I tried to get into. I tried to read comic books. One thing about comics that I learned is how to draw. How to draw comics. But I was never into like reading comic book, collecting them. I was never into that. My thing was sports cards. That was my hobby when I was a kid. My first real hobby. Well, I had a couple of them, but of course, building model airplanes, model military stuff. World War II, preferably World War II. World War II model aircraft, model tanks and vehicles. Especially German army. Uh, and of course American army. British, and Japanese military. World War II. I used to build models. Especially like the planes, fighter plane, dive bomber, bombers. So that's what we used to build. My brothers and I. My brother still builds all that. My brother Harry, he's even though he's legally blind in one eye, he still builds models. Yeah, well, you're lucky you had a 40-foot tower with a quad beam as a kid. No, never. I wasn't, and the only radio I was into was, I had a little transistor radio. That was it. Couldn't afford all that. Couldn't afford a shortwave radio. So, I had other hobbies. I know I used to collect a lot of cards. A lot of baseball memorabilia. Things like that. I have like a couple of World Series baseballs. I have one from the 1978 Yankees when they played the Dodgers. It was a foul ball. I wasn't there. I was in Puerto Rico, but someone gave it to me. Actually, I won a bunch of. We were playing cards. This kid. It was his ball. He gave it to me. 1978 World Series. American League Baseball. Well, actually, it's a World Series baseball. World Series baseball. Of course, Rawlings makes them. 1978 World Series. I still have that ball to this day. I still have it. I have it I have a few of them now. I have a couple of them. So, but that one is special to me because I was a Yankee. As a Yankee fan, and that was when they won the back-to-back. They won in the 77 and 78. They lost to the Cincinnati Reds in 76. The Big Red Machine. And then they won it in 77 against the Dodgers. And then again in 78 against the Dodgers. So, And so I still got a lot of sports cards that I collected. I have a channel. I have a channel on that. I just started a few months ago. I started that channel. I have to go through that. I have to start reviewing cards in there. I have cards that go way back into the 50s. I have a lot of 70s cards, 80s. I have a lot of those, especially in the 80s. I have a lot of baseball cards from the 80s. So, and 90s, some 90s, but I have a lot of 80s. That's the ones that I collected. I got from other people. They gave them to me over the years. If I had to put a number, how many baseball cards I have, or sports cards, because some of them are like football, some of them are basketball. A few basketball cards. I have a few. It's a few. It's a couple of cases, at least. We're talking about tens of thousands of sports cards. If not, at least 100,000 total, or something like that. I have a lot. It's a lot. I have some cards that are probably valuable, and some that were valuable and the price plummeted. Like I remember I had Barry Bonds. I still have them. Barry Bonds as a rookie. Mark McGwire. But then they were valuable cards. But then the steroid scandal plummeted the value of all of that. So it's crazy. Chicago teams will never go. Well, you had the Chicago Bulls. 6 championships right there, including a couple of three-peats. All right, yeah, 2 three-peats. Michael Jordan, come on. You guys had Michael Jordan. Well, in terms of baseball, yeah. I mean, you also had the White Sox. They won. Well, yeah. I know. In the 2000s, finally the Cubs won, and then the White Sox, right? What they don't White Sox won. Well, I know the White Sox were horrible last year. They were the worst team. They broke their record, the major league record in terms of season losses. Yeah, but it's a sports town. You guys have the Blackhawks. Of course, you guys have the Bears, Chicago Bears. It's a sports. Yeah. Bears are trying to build a new stadium. Yeah, from what I hear, because they have Soldier Field. And they remodeled it. I know they remodeled it. Yeah, the Bears. The Bears. Let me put the radio on for a few minutes. I'm going to go upstairs for a minute.
Office. Yeah, so let me take a step back and explain how it normally historically works, and then juxtapose that to how he does it. So normally, if there was a big decision coming on some economic issue, maybe a trade issue or whatever, there's what they call a deputies committee. The deputies committee is all of the number 2s, number 3s, if you will, from the various relevant cabinet agencies. And so they would meet. They kind of come up with a scenario or multiple courses of action. Then the principals committee would meet. Those are the national security advisor, the cabinet secretary, whatever. Then they'd come up with a decision-making memo. They'd present that to the president or the chief of staff, whatever. The president would sign yay or nay, right? And that's sort of the stovepipe would operate. What Trump does is he brings a lot of those people into the Oval Office, as you described, and says, okay, Steve, you said that you don't like tariffs, but I know Sean here does. Steve, tell me why I shouldn't do X, Y, Z. And then you would make the case and say, Sean, what do you think about what Steve said? And I'd say, well, I think he's got some good points, but here's where I think I'm a little in disagreement. And Trump would say, okay, sure, Steve, what do you think about his? And as you watch this, and I love it, because to me, it's not just a memo that says yes or no, sign off on this, or we've decided on your behalf. It's him hearing, tell me your best arguments. Now you critique those best arguments, give me your best argument, then you critique his. And, you see this right now with the discussion about tariffs and trade that you referenced just a minute ago, where you've got Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick, Peter Navarro, Kevin Hassett, all in there. Boom, 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 boom. And then he's listening to each person. He's bouncing them off each other. He's asking each to sort of, and to me, you really then, as a leader, get the best of everybody's take, because you're hearing not just their best position, but their defense of it, how they're going at the other person. And I actually find it enjoyable, unless I'm the one who's arguing for a position, and I don't want anyone to take it down. But, which I've won some and I've lost some.
So the thing that I found really interesting about Trump in the Times, I would go see him when I had an idea or something that I thought, that he should pursue. And I thought it was very interesting because in most cases with the president, there are going to be 3 or 4 people at the around the table saying, you can't do that. Oh no, it's never been done before. It's unprecedented, that kind of thing. And one of the things I admire about Trump, and I'd like your observation about this, is that, he'd come in with an idea and he'd say, he'd just make an executive decision. He'd say, I like that, and we're going to do it. And then somebody would say, well, that's never been done before, Mr. President. He said, I don't care. Let's do it. And I don't know if you have any observation about that, but his executive style is get things done.
Yeah, and also, it's kind of funny you're referencing this, because it was what I was talking about with him and some of the senior aides the other day at the White House, which was, the first time around, we would say something and someone would say, oh, historically, that can't be done. It's never been done, exactly as you just mentioned. And we go, okay, all right, well, then forget it. And what you're seeing this time is him saying, who cares?
Yeah, right.
It's never been done that way. Okay, great. Then this will be the first. It's never been done that way. Who cares? And it's such a breath of fresh air, because that's what most of these guys are up against. They come into office with a bunch of ideas how to make things better, more efficient, less duplicitous, whatever. And a bunch of people who, frankly, I think, do well off of the swamp, off of the bureaucracy, sort of say, yeah, you just can't do it. You can't do it. And then what he has learned and his team has learned is, yeah, you can. You just have to have the leadership and the fortitude to make it happen, because you have to be willing to fight that bureaucracy to get your ideas through. If you're not, because they want to stop it. Somebody makes money off of the bureaucracy or the stalemate or the inaction. And what Trump has done, I mean, it literally down to the minutia of some of the things, how the White House operates, too big.
About time, Nightbot. No, I got Nightbot. I don't want, by default, Nightbot can do it every 5 minutes, but I don't want that. I set it up for like every 30 minutes. Because my live streams are long anyway. So, even though there's only a couple of people chatting, I don't want Nightbot to be, every boom, boom, boom posting. And I also disabled the, like, if you put all caps, sometimes you gotta put, like the other day he timed out. He timed out a couple of people, so I disabled that. So I just use Nightbot for, posting what I want to say. Can you check out my social media stuff? Actually, let me pin that one. Pin message. So that one is like, if you want to check out my other accounts, my YouTube channels are there. My, other social media. I have a blog. I have a, Facebook group, private group. And I also have I've read it. Some people you can use Reddit. I have all that stuff in there. I have all that, So Instagram. I have Instagram. I have TikTok. So that's why I let Nightbot do that. And sometimes, like when I start my live stream, it takes about 5 minutes before Nightbot knows that I'm on. So that's what I use Nightbot for. I don't need him as a moderator because I have moderators. Plus my chat is not super duper active. I don't have like 200 people watching and all that. I don't have none of that. So I'm okay. So I just use Nightbot just to post automated messages for me. And I already have it set up now. So he posted this one. Let me see, what's the other one he posted earlier? Yeah, he just posted that one. And where's the other one? Oh, he hasn't posted no other one? Wow. Yeah, like please like and share the video, that type of thing. I had to scratch my arm. How the hell that happened? What the hell? Yeah, so I have it set up for like every 30 minutes, Nightbot, more or less. Yeah, I'm looking at the history. Let me see, Nightbot. Yeah. But it's not, usually it's not, sometimes it's a 30. I don't even know. I have to log into my Nightbot and see. Because you have to make a Nightbot account and then you go in there and you can mess around with all the settings for it. So that's what it does. Instead of me typing in there, can you check out my, I let Nightbot do it. That's all it is. But other than that, he doesn't ban people and all that. Because I disabled that part. I disabled I shouldn't have said that because I don't want somebody to start spamming in here. But yeah, I disabled it because, some people kept, because I think if you start posting over and over and over within a certain time frame, I think it tells you to slow down. But I disabled all that. So that's all gone now. Or if you start putting all caps, because sometimes you have to do acronyms like I know the other guy posted some acronyms, and that's when he got timed out. So that's not going to happen again. I took care of that. All right. It looks like FT8 is not, yeah, it's just dead right now. So let me stop the FT8. Yeah, it's dead. Wow, it's really dead. It's really not good today. Wow. So I'm going to go back to tuning the bands.
History. In a very real sense, these events will empty the earth. Isaiah 24 warns, quote, "Behold, Yahweh maketh the earth empty, and maketh it waste, and turneth it upside down, and scattereth abroad the inhabitants thereof. The earth shall reel to and fro like a drunkard, and shall be removed like a cottage, and the transgression thereof shall be heavy upon it, and it shall fall and not rise again." Unquote. For believers, however, there is hope. In describing the end of this age, Yahushua said in Luke 21 verse 28, quote, "When these things begin to come to pass, and lift up your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh."
Too early.
I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit within you. I will take the heart of stone out of your flesh and give you a heart of flesh. Accepting this priceless gift is the only way for joining his kingdom. Come to Yahweh just as you are.
En Primera Federación, pero están revisando. ¿Por qué está parado en el partido? ¿Qué revisa el VAR?
¿En dónde? ¿Aquí? Sí. Aquí lo que está pasando es que hay una persona, no sé qué, que está haciendo primero en la grada. Ah, vale. Y al principio no se ha entendido muy bien, pero lo cierto es que hay varias otras personas de seguridad rodeándolo. Que hay muchas personas de seguridad que sabes que había mucho. Le estaban diciendo por el pinganillo y para la teleofensiva.
Airplane. Of course, it's better if I had a scanner. A scanner would do a better job. Yeah. Mode FM. Let me move. Not the best antenna in the world for this. I'm near having near the window. Let's see. I'm using a mag mount. It's in the windows. So if I can put it right here, let me see if I can put it right here. Yeah, it's 12. Yes, I can pick a weather band with this radio too. So I'm using that mag mount right there. See the mag mount in the window? And I got a mess in here. I need to fix this. I started working on this thing yet. There you go. That's the mag mount. It's just a mag mount. It's a CD mag mount for this one. For VHF, UHF. That's what I'm using. Until I put up the fiberglass whip. I'll probably do it this week because the weather's getting nicer now. I'll probably go to the roof this week. As a matter of fact, that's what I might buy some coax. I need some brand new coax. So I get that YouTube money on Monday or Tuesday, and I'll probably order some coax. So I'll go up there and mount my fiberglass whip. Where is it at? Right here. Fiberglass whip antenna. For 2 meters, 70 centimeter. So I'm gonna put that one on the rooftop. And this one is 2 meters, 70 centimeter. You can see. SL239. And that's the tip. So it's fiberglass. It's like plastic, but it's. Then I got the ground plane kit that goes with this. See, ground plane kit is like where is it? That was the ground plane kit. Yeah, see, ground plane kit. This goes on the bottom of the antenna, and then you got the short one is for 70 centimeter, and this is the 2 meter one. So I'm gonna be using the the 70. I'm gonna be using the 70 centimeter one. I'm gonna connect on 70 centimeter. I'll try that one first. And that's my strongest one here. 550. So that's the strongest weather band out of. But a better antenna, I would have got would have got 4. My best, let me see, which is my. The SDR is my best receiver when it comes to weather band. My SDR with the disc cone, I can pick a 4 out of the 7. There's 7 weather channels. So I can get a 4 out of 7 with the disc cone with the SDR RSPDX. 4 out of 7, 2 of them are very strong, and 2 of them are weak, and then that's it. And of course, this is the strongest one. This is channel 7. Right? I believe channel 7. So this is the strongest one. This is the one that's from Times Square. So this is the strongest station. Let me go back to 715. 715. Oh, mode.
Aparte, los 20-25 minutos de la segunda parte es que fueron goles Donnarumma y no solo la de acción, yo recuerdo varias, recuerdo un cabezazo también, para Donnarumma, y hubo 2 o 3 para remontar. Bueno, lo que tiene el fútbol, esto, pues, lo que pasó también un poco en Dortmund al Barça, ¿no? Los dos mejores equipos, por decir así, que habían llegado, tanto Barça como PSG, tuvieron momentos de muchas dudas. Claro, esto al final es la Champions.
Es la Champions, sí señor, y esto es la Liga. Y en 53 minutos empezará el último partido del día en Gran Canaria, cuando allí son las 8. Aquí serán las 9.
Explícaselo al que te ganó que tuvo una autovisión.
Lo voy a explicar a Rollo porque
está con 11 por fin lógico.
¿Un 11 lógico? ¿Por fin? ¿Te gusta? No lo sé. Sí. Vamos a salir de dudas,
Hello, James Farley.
Las Palmas necesitada, que está ahí en zona de...
And a happy Easter. Yeah, I've been on for 2 hours and 50 minutes. I might be on for a little while longer. I don't know yet, depending on the, because I'm going to enjoy the rest of the, well, I was, but I thought I'm thinking about my son now with his homework. It's a beautiful day. It's 79 degrees, partly sunny right now. So I'm just burning the hours here.
Aquellos que se pusieron cómodamente. Tápate los oídos, Juli.
Maradi, lama wadi kena, terus kemudian sesuatu na ibu ta walagal juga akhirnya ilai na wadi kena you sesuatu kena no nama tule dia alkila wadi kena you ये namanya awal itu quoi itu nanti ya ma pasal itu kita kira kita juga kita baik nanti nah mana ini begitu sudah ada ini nanti jadi barang nama kita lagi nasi dulu laga awunu jalo yi allon pinque jam laga allon pinque ko yuru bon jam dan ji wala
So it's 82 degrees over there. Okay. Wow. Yeah, we hit 80 here about an hour ago. And now it's supposed to drop.
Igual la Rabona le ha dado una línea muscular, pero también los dos. De aquí somos de Ciudad Carreras y de más fácil. Y hasta a principios, bueno, estaba de Mallorca y después de 4 años y después que no está jugando nada. Antes de entramos ya en los últimos instantes del partido, actualizamos que ya tenemos partido para mañana en el Gran Premio de Nosotros, como hemos contado, accidentada por esos problemas para Lando Norris, que han obligado.
Yeah, Spain. Not much going on right now.
Those that trust in him shall not be desolate. Those that trust in him aren't ridden with guilt. I believe a willing heart is a submissive heart. You're broken. It's that horse that has a bridle in it that whichever direction you turn that horse in, it's going to walk in that direction. That horse is broken and trained.
Let me go search for a minute. I'll be right back.
The program, unemployment, the fraud in these programs, we know about it. We're not talking about taking away people's health benefits. We're talking about getting rid of the fraud. We're talking about exposing it. And I think these guys people who defrauded the system should go to jail for that. You see people stealing money from all these programs. We can cut our budget by $1 trillion, and most of you listening to the show will never even know the spending is missing. That's the way the swamp works. And there's the reason you're seeing such a resentment to what Trump is doing from the media and the people in Washington is they're part of the swamp. They're in on the swindle. Don't you get it? You're sending your money to Washington. We're skimming cream off the top. We're getting rich off of it. And then, it's going to their buddies. It's going to their special interest pals. It doesn't help America. And we got to bring that under that. And the reason that there's so much resentment about Donald Trump is he's trying to drain the swamp. He's doing everything he can to do it. I'm totally with him.
Okay, but I'm getting triggered over that. Relax. We get triggered over everything. How can you play that? Oh my God. Shut up, people. It's not that channel. You go to the other channel for make your feelings, whatever. RT08, CFRX, 6070 kilohertz from Canada the other day. Not sure if I can receive that. Yeah, you should be able to receive that. It's probably too early right now. Let me see. It's too early for me. I know. I hear it all day, but this time it's gonna be very faint. Let's see. Yeah. It's too much noise too. Yeah, it's too noisy right now. It's early. It's too early for me to hear it. Like, once the sun goes down, I can hear it much better. But it's a lot of noise right now too. Because it's Saturday. Right here, they're doing the welding and all that. And that too. Oh, you sent them a signal report and got a response. Okay, cool. Yeah, I need to send them. I need to remember that. I want to send them, maybe I get an EQSL or something. I don't know. Yeah, right now, no way I can hear that now. Yeah. What is it? 845. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I need to do that more. I need to send out a few, Get some, at least EQSL, even if I could just get an EQSL and print it out, and I don't know. Like what I have upstairs in my shelving, I had some, thumbtack on my shelf and all that. 3 hours in the books. 3 hours and 2 minutes in the books. And thank you for watching. I'm gonna do a little more, and then let's see. I'm trying to keep the YouTube algorithm happy, If I don't post for a couple of days, I was on this morning in the boiler room, Lionel show, and just chatting. So I'm approaching the 1,000 video mark. I think last time I checked this at 989 or I'm about 11 away from the 1,000. I don't know if I want to do. Yeah, you and the algorithm. Yeah, that helps too. And there you go. Another reason why I use Nightbot. Because you got to keep the viewing hours a certain level. Otherwise you don't get otherwise you lose you get demonetized. So and my son is napping upstairs, so otherwise I would have ended the stream already. And I may be back tonight. I don't know. I may be back late night tonight. That's why I don't mind doing the scans. I know some people don't like to do bad scans, but get copyright. Oh my God, get copyright. That's why I do scans at different times of the day. Daytime. Yeah, also conditions haven't been that good. But like for example, daytime, obviously, because people that are new to shortwave or whatever. Yeah, there have been spurts of good propagation. It's just not all day. And that's what I keep saying. I keep saying that, by the way, that conditions can change on a dime. Literally, they can change. Like within an hour, they can change. They can be really good for an hour and then poof. You know. So you got to keep that in mind.
And with that kind of a mindset,
Yeah, it's a very good radio. Yeah, that DX286 picking up BBC last night on the whip antenna was surprised. Yeah, last night. Yeah, yeah, any given time, uh, uh, for example, Radio New Zealand, my little radio picked it up. My little tiny radio can pick it up. 3 in the morning. It picked it up. Isn't the best? Is it the real loud and clear? No. My other radio now, the TF6686, that one picked it up better. So, and here I pick it up like very good at times. And that's a station that I had trouble picking up for years. And all suddenly this year I'm picking it up much better. But then again, sometimes I didn't really try to pick it up, but lately it's been really good. So I don't know. I'm thinking about it now. I think I might put that off. I don't know. I was thinking about a giveaway. The problem with the giveaway is that, for example, when I sent Tasso that radio, it was a hassle because the problem here in Yonkers, the postal service is sucks. Okay, what happened? I moved. What? Oh, nothing else. So I had to go online and print out the what do you call it? I had to do the postage thing online, and then over here, the main post office is a walk. It's not right there. It's like literally about a mile walk. And then when you go in there, there's always a line and a half. So when I went there, I just said, yeah, I'm not gonna wait all day for this. So I came back. I went online. I printed out the postage thing, and then I went to the other post office, the one by South Broadway down here, which is again almost a mile walking. Of course I could have told my wife, yeah, let's go somewhere to drop by. Anyway, it was a hassle. It was a hassle. It was a hassle. So I said from that day on, I'm not gonna be sending people out stuff out. Forget it. I'm done with that. So that's why I don't really want to do a giveaway. I thought about it, but it's gonna be a hassle, especially if somebody lives overseas. Oh my God, forget it. I said, you know what? I don't want to deal with that. Plus, YouTube doesn't. YouTube kind of frowns upon giveaways. They kind of frown upon giveaways. Like if you don't do it right, you can get your channel banned. That's why I don't care about giveaways. I really don't care about giveaways. Uh, you know, so well, yeah, anyway, I don't want to get into all that because there's a lot of stuff is going on now. Some of it is like, uh, you know, I know they're talking about NPR and PBS, and I said that. I said that was going to happen. So I don't know about the Noah stuff either. I heard about that too, and I'm like, oh my God. But this is what happens. Unfortunately, I don't want to get into it, but unfortunately, um, it's a lot of these politicians. Not only him, and he's an outsider, but I'm talking about if it wouldn't be him, it would have been the alternative. And the problem was the alternative. She's just too radical. You know, you know, Back in the days. Here I'm gonna sound old now. I'm gonna sound very old now. Back in the days, it wasn't so radical. Not well, there was a time where it wasn't so radical. The party, like like I said, I was a Democrat. Okay, I don't recognize this party now. You see what I'm saying? And I voted Democrat. You know, Obama. I voted for Obama twice. I voted for him. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't know what happened. It just got radical. Like and you know what I'm saying? That's why, and I mean, some comebacks we need it, and some comebacks it's getting it's getting out of control now. But I understand. You know why? You know why I'm gonna let it go? Because sometimes you gotta break everything. Sometimes you gotta cut everything down and then rebuild it again slowly. I'm going by that philosophy, and I'll leave it at that because that's the only thing I can think about. So no emergency radio. I don't think that's going to be in jeopardy. I think maybe there might be less coverage. And you know what? Let me be honest about that because people always ask me all the time, like people in Europe, like I wish we had the weather stations here in Europe, right? I wish that's what people tell me in Europe. I wish we had a weather station here in Europe. And I say, yeah, but you gotta understand that Europe hasn't had NOAA. They don't have a NOAA weather thing over there, whatever. And they've been fine with it. They've been fine with it, right? If you think about it, they've been fine with it. So what I'm saying is, it's nice that we have it, right? It's nice that we have it. But if we didn't have it, say we didn't have it, my go-to radio band is AM. That's my go-to radio band. You understand? So if I didn't, for example, I didn't know about NOAA when I was a kid. I didn't know about NOAA weather band. I didn't know about that when I was, 9 years old. I didn't know about that. Only if through the multi-band radio, I saw weather. But if you have a regular transistor radio like AM FM radio, if when I want to know about the weather, I will have it on AM, and I would have it on a news station. Like, you know, in my case, 1010 Wins or WCBS at the time, right? That was always my go-to up to the minute information news or up to the minute information, period. Right? And we still have 1010 Wins. So, you know, and what you talked about earlier, what we talked about early in the beginning, everybody now has a smartphone. Even if you can't afford a smartphone, you can get one for free. So this thing, of course, gives you alerts like crazy. You know, I get Amber Alerts. I get weather alerts on this thing. Yeah, I know it's not radio in terms of like, you know, traditional radio, but it is a radio because of the cell phone coverage. So people get alerts a lot on this. Okay, people get alerts a lot on these. So you know, you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, my Alexa also. Exactly, my devices also give me alerts. You know, so you know, I know people say, "Oh, it's really vital." It is vital, but is it really that vital? When you have AM radio, when you still have FM radio, you know what I'm saying? People in Europe never had a weather ban, and they're fine with it. People in Asia never had a weather ban, they're fine with it. And I'm not in favor of it if it does happen. I'm not in favor of it. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying if it does happen, is it the end of the world? No. It's just another, you know, thing that's eventually going to go by the wayside if it does happen. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope it doesn't happen. You know? But that's the way I'm thinking about it. If it does happen, you know what? It's, you know, whatever. You know, like I said, I don't worry about stuff that I have no control over. I can't. But you know, the only thing about that is, you know, those people that sell those radios are going to be out of business because you know it's not going to matter what's in that frequency unless some public entity, unless some private entity, it goes back to that. They decide to, you know, whatever. So you know, we'll see. I don't know. So I'm trying to answer that question. Yeah. So James Farley wrote, I asked the guy about the cutbacks, and he said no comment. Yeah, you know, you can't really comment on it because you know, the only comment I can say about it is for me personally, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it go if it's gonna happen. But you know, in 2025, I can understand why it hasn't happened yet, especially now. Everybody has a phone. Remember all those people that came up the caravan? You know, all those you know, migrants. They all have phones. They all have phones. Free phones. Because now you can get free phones. But it's been going on for a while now. People get free phones. You can get free phone with, you know, data. So, you know, it's, you know, the government is gives away phones, subsidized. And not only phones, internet, you know. So you know, as a radio hobbyist, I hate for this stuff to go away. I hate it, you know. But we got to be realistic. You got to be realistic. remember, we already. I know about the if it loses power. I get all that. I get all the phone thing. I get the whole thing. I get it. Believe me. I every counter argument. I get it. I get the whole. We lose self-service and all that. But what I'm saying is, in 2025, a lot of governments, or a lot of whatever, we're no exception. We're gonna lose certain things. Well, I'll give you one better. RRT 08. I live in New York. Part of the power grid depends on Canada here in New York. Okay, we get some of our power from Canada. So if Canada decides we're gonna pull the plug on you guys, so your power grid is in the United States. Part of my power grid. Part of my power grid is in New York. So, yeah, I know. And that's another one. Atomic clock. When we have, GPS and internet time. We have internet time servers now. We have GPS. So, you know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. I know what you meant. I know you meant if it hopefully doesn't go away. My issues are bigger than radio. That's my issue. I understand the whole thing about cutbacks and all that, but my issue is bigger than that. My issue is, my issue is the economy. My issue is crime. That's a big one for me, crime. Because if I can't walk outside my house and I feel safe, I don't want to live here. That's it. I got to feel safe. You see what I'm saying? That's beyond the scope of this discussion, the radio and all that. I know people are going to say, well, I hate the guy because he took away my radio. He took away my, whatever, Voice of America. Oh, my God. To me, that's not a compelling reason for me to vote the other person. I'm sorry. That's not. My when I vote for somebody, believe me, radio is the last thing I care about. I'm sorry. I don't care about. I'm voting because of crime. The economy. Those are the two biggest ones for me. The economy and crime. And also, I don't want to be going to war. I don't want to, I don't want, endless wars. That's what I didn't want either. I didn't want endless wars. And that's it. But the big one is economy and crime. Crime and punishment, all that. I live in Yonkers. Yonkers, I'm gonna say Yonkers is fairly safe to live. We have our share of crime here, but it's not as bad as New York City. No, I'm outside New York City, and I live outside New York City. I live in Yonkers. I don't want to go into New York City anymore. And that's how much it's gotten bad. Especially taking a subway. I don't want to be in a subway now. Literally, I don't want to be in a subway now. I have fear now. Because you got too many people roaming around, homeless, mentally ill, pushing people on the platform, off the platform and all that. There's no way I could take my, I want to take my son to Times Square. we're not taking the subway. I'm gonna take the commuter train here in Yonkers all the way down to Grand Central, and then that's it. And that's how we coming back on the Metro North. But I want to take the subway. No, not with my son. No, myself, I don't care. If I was going by myself, I don't care. I'll take the subway. I don't care. I got to deal with what I got to deal with. But I want to take my son on the subway. Not right now. That's how unsafe I feel going into New York City on the subway now. No way I would take my son. No way. And it's sad because I never felt that way about. I grew up in the Bronx. Believe me, I never felt that way about New York City until I left New York City. And it deteriorated these last 10, 12 years. It deteriorated. Okay, so I can tell you that. Yeah. Yeah. So RT08, my power grid is terrible. I think overall in this country, a lot of the power grid is in bad shape. We need to overhaul a few things here, because the power grid is definitely one of those things that they say it could be prone to cyber attack. Nationwide. I know here in New York, the northeast part, especially our grid in here in New York State, is connected with Canada. We had a power outage a few years back that affected. I remember it was all of New York State. A part of Ontario, and a couple of states affected. We all had the power outage, but we all connected to the same grid. I know it's pretty much all of New York State, some parts of Vermont. I think it was also, I believe, Pennsylvania and Ohio. It's like interconnected. It was crazy when we had this blackout. It was like 20 years ago. I'm trying to remember when. It lasted for about, trying to remember what year it was. It was over 20. It was over 20 years ago. It was about almost 24 hours. We had no power, and it was something. So it was a substation. I forgot where. I think it was upstate New York, somewhere near the Canadian border or something. I forgot what happened. They had a fire or something, and it knocked out everything all the way down here. I'm trying to remember when it's. I don't want to look it up now, but I remember. I still lived. I know when it happened. I was still living in the Bronx, and we had no power for almost a day. The whole. So, yeah. No, well, recently I had. This is like about 4 years ago. We had no power for like 3 days because of tropical storm knocked down some trees and knocked down some power lines. So I went over here. I went about 3 days without power. Of course, I have a generator, so, and it was in the winter. It was in the summertime too, so it was okay. It wasn't in the wintertime. It was in the summertime, so it was okay with that too. So yeah. James Farley, they give free phones away just to track you. No, not really. It's not to track you, because my brother has free phone. Because when you sign up for free phone, there's assurance, and then there's the other one. What's the other one? Something link. Trying to remember what is it called. Anyway, there's a few providers that give away free phones, and what happened is the government subsidized them, and but you have to be like low income, or you have to be on a fixed income. Like my brother's on disability, so he qualified for that. So he got a free phone. I think he gets like I think now it's unlimited minutes now. But it's not your top of the line phone. You're not gonna get the newest phone. You're gonna get an older phone, smartphone. He has a smartphone. I forgot what brand is it. It's like Android phone. He has an Android. It's an Android phone, and it's not that they track you. It's not that. I remember that power outage. It was in '89. I don't remember when it was. I don't think it was '89. I think it wasn't '89. I don't know. Because there was one after right before. It was right before my daughter. My daughter was still a toddler. So it might have been like in the jeez, I can't remember. And it was like not even, I think it was maybe not even 24 hours. It was almost 24 hours. If I remember. Yeah. ComEd guy told me they need to replace lines. Yeah, that's another thing. A lot of these lines are, I have over here they replaced the poles. And that's what they did in the last 4 years here, 3 or 4 years. Because mine's are above ground. My utility lines are above ground. They're on a pole. So they just replaced the poles about three years ago now. And some of them they changed the transformer. So I used to get a lot more noise. And a couple of transformers, I know that we have new transformers now. And that helped. I made a video on that a couple of years ago. I think it was 2 years ago. I made a video on that. They changed the transformers, and my noise went down. So that was part of it too. So yeah, yeah. So I say I had no comment. Listen. I don't blame them. I don't. Sometimes you gotta vote for who you gotta vote for. That's it. It's not about whether if the person is a good looking person or has a great personality or whatever. It's not about that. When I vote for somebody, what is he gonna do for what he or she? Because it would have been a woman, same thing. I don't care who it is. He or she, what they're gonna do for the economy, what they're gonna do for crime. Those are the two biggest things I go for. That's it. I don't care about all the other shit. I don't care about all the woke shit. I don't care about that shit. I don't care about all the other stupid issues that people fighting over. When people fighting over little issues like that, that means they're not, that's the ones to stay away from. Like the idiot that went down to El Salvador just for one guy. Like I don't understand what's the purpose of doing that. When you got people in your own state, like that woman that the mother was there and she got, murdered. Like he never even gave her a phone call. Like I don't understand that. Like why? And then you're gonna double down on your stupidity and go down to El Salvador and talk to an illegal immigrant that's already been deported. Like I don't understand that. Explain to me that. How is that rash? How is that reasonable and rational? Thank God he doesn't live in my state. But then again, I got worse people here in my state. You know? Like I think overall, I think, we have a lot of, forget about China. We have a lot of issues in this country. I'm going to say there's a lot of stupid people in this country. I'm going to say it. I don't care if people get, well, yeah, there you go. Believe me, there's a lot of stupid people in this country. That's why the world is laughing at us. Okay? When I go to my school, and listen, I'm Puerto Rican. I speak Spanish. That was my first language, by the way. My first language was Spanish. But I learned English growing up. When I go to my son's school, a parent-teacher conference meeting, and I sit in that classroom. I swear to God, it's me and one other parent that knows English. Everybody else doesn't know English. We have to wait for an interpreter for everybody else. Because most of the parents don't want to learn English. They don't want to learn English. They just don't care for it. And I don't understand that. I don't understand when you come from another country and you're going to live here, why not try to learn English? I don't understand that. So then my teacher's like, I could hear her complaining. Now, you guys need to, and she's right. My teacher's right. A lot of people use school as a daycare. A lot of parents, a lot of parents use school as a daycare. They even show up late to pick up their kid. And I'm gonna say one more thing about it. I know people are gonna be, oh my God, how can you say that? I know people, and I know the type. Believe me, I grew up in the Bronx. I know the type. I know some that have kids just for money, just to get the extra benefit on the check. You know what I mean? Like the more kids you pop out, I gotta be frank, I don't care. The more you pop kids out, the more money you get from the government. Okay? I know a few. I grew up around a few. That's what they saw. Another kid, more money. They don't have to work because you can't work if you have to take care of a kid. Government sends you money. Be honest. So they're not gonna care about learning English. They're gonna pop kids. And and the teacher's frustrated. She's like, most of her class is not reading up to par. There's only a few kids in that class that my son is one of them. My son is above grade level. Level 2 is the average. Level 3 is above average. Level 4 is exceptional. My son is level 4. He's a level 4 in that class. He's a level 4. Why? Because I'm on top of him. My wife is on top of him. You know what I'm saying? Like, we expect him to do, because I got degree. I can teach. If I can teach if I have to. My wife can teach. So my son is okay because he has us. But these parents, some of them, they're illiterate in their own language. Okay, and I know that because I've been around a few. I've been around many. I'm trying to say a few. Many I've been around. I've been around many that are illiterate in their own language, not English, in their own language. They're illiterate. So you think that kid has a chance to succeed when their own parent or parents, because some of them don't even have parents, is a parent, are illiterate in their own language. So they solely have to depend on the school to teach them anything. You see what I'm saying? That's why we're in trouble. That's why we're in trouble in this country. That's why the world is kicking our ass in education. Okay? I'm being honest. Being honest. You know, if you go to other countries, they have to learn 2 languages. They have to learn their language and English in a lot of countries. A lot of countries, they have to learn their language and English. In Puerto Rico, I was in Puerto Rico for 2 years. I lived in Puerto Rico for 2 years. In Puerto Rico, you have to learn everything's in Spanish, and we had to take English class. We had to take it. It was not an elective. We had to take English. We had to take it. Okay? We had to take it. That was a requirement. Over here is bilingual. No. We had to take it in Puerto Rico. English class. We had to. Mandatory. You got to take it. All right? And that's the problem. When I went in that classroom, well, they've been trying for years, but Clinton did some of that. Like they had to work for it. But people find a way to get out of that. It's like Section 8. I know people that are on Section 8 for 3 generations. Okay? Section 8 is supposed to be temporary housing. It's not supposed to be generational housing. Okay? But I know, believe me, I know quite a few people that are on Section 8 housing. They have the same apartment for over 50 years. 3 generations. 3 generations of welfare. Okay? 3 generations. I'm not kidding you. Living in the Bronx, has an apartment, like a 3-bedroom apartment, and they're paying nothing because they passed it down for the next. They found loopholes, and believe me, they're getting over the system. They're getting over the system. Okay. Good luck trying to find a 1-bedroom apartment in the Bronx for under $1,000. You're not gonna find any. You're not gonna find any. A 1-bedroom apartment in the Bronx is going to cost you at least $1,200 to $1,500, if not more. Okay? All right? It's not. I'm telling you. I know people that game the system. I mean, literally, they're gaming the system. So, well, I didn't have that, by the way. My mother, God bless my mother, man. She rest in peace. But my mother was not educated. My mother was from the old country. You know, she did the best she can, and we struggled, but we struggled. Okay, until my older brothers were old enough to start working, we struggled, and my son doesn't have to go through that. My son is 10 years old now. If he's 10, he doesn't. He you know. When I'm gone, and then when my wife is gone, my son is going to be okay. In terms financially, he's going to be fine. We kind of took care of that. He's going to have equity. He's going to have equity. When I mean by equity, I'm talking about equity like a house, investments. By then, who knows what they're going to be worth. My son is going to be okay. He's going to be fine. And not to mention, he's going to have a good education. Not to mention, he's going to learn a lot. But I cannot say that for all those kids in that classroom. In that classroom, when that teacher was talking to us and she was looking at me and she was like, I could tell she was not happy that every parent in that classroom doesn't know English. And I'm just shaking my head with the other. It was just me, and by the way, it was only me and another dad that knew English. Everybody else, nope. Go get an interpreter. Go get an interpreter. Okay? And that's happening in my son's class. My son's class. And by the way, my son's class, there's 3 fourth grade classes. And they're different levels of 4th grade. My son is in the top 4th grade class. So he's already top. He's been on top of the 3rd grade class, top of the 2nd grade class. Now he's top of the 4th grade class. And then there's another class that's bilingual. And then there's one class that needs I guess they're like not at the level in terms of reading and math. So, because all his classmates, since he was in kindergarten, they're not in his class no more. Because they all struggle. They all struggle. Because my wife was asking me the other day about that. Why didn't I say, honey, he's in an advanced class now. He's in advanced class right now. That's so next year, for example, when he goes to 5th grade, it's probably going to be the top 5th grade class. Every school has that. There's going to have one class that's not up to par. Then they're going to have the bilingual class. Then you're going to have the top reading and math class. So that's where he's at now, the top reading and math class. And the teacher was emphasizing that. She said, I need you guys to, help them at home. And I looked around and I said, yeah, that's not going to happen with these parents. I hate to say it. I said it. I hate to say it. I mean, I'm saying it now. But when I looked at them, I said, yep, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Oh, sorry. Let me do that let me let it cool off for a minute. All right. It's a shame. It's a shame. Yeah, it's going to be, yeah, I know, James Farley. That's because they give other countries a slide for, yeah, but it shouldn't be that way. It should be like you really should try to assimilate. My wife is a citizen, but she had to earn that citizenship. Me, I'm a citizen because of birthright. I was born in Puerto Rico, so I'm a citizen because of that. Because Puerto Rico is a territory of the United States. That's what they call a territory. Okay? So I'm automatic citizen because of that. But my wife is from Suriname. So she came here legally, They came here legally on, they start with a visa. And then, she got her green card. My wife had a green card. And it took a long time. I think it took like 10 years. And then she had to take the classes. She took the classes. Because to be a citizen, you got to take classes. You got to go through the whole thing. You got to take classes. You can't be getting locked up. None of that nonsense. You have to be working or going to school. So of course, my wife was in, she went to school. And then finally she became a citizen. And, she swore, and then they gave her a certificate. There you go. So my wife now she's a citizen. She took the oath and everything. So, of course, when she became a citizen of the United States, she renounced her citizenship from Suriname, because there's no dual citizenship. Some countries have it. A lot of countries don't have dual citizenship. So my wife had to renounce citizenship of Suriname when she became an American, when she swore, so yeah. She did, she did her family did it the right way. And it was the whole family. The whole family are citizens now. They all US citizen, from Suriname. Okay? They did it the right way. And that's and they all speak English. My wife speaks Dutch and English and Hindi. So she speaks 3 languages. And she knows Spanish. She knows some Spanish. Of course she knows some Spanish. But my wife speaks Dutch and English and Hindi. She knows some Hindi. That's Indian from India, Hindi. And of course she knows a little Spanish because of myself and my mom. My mom was alive. So my son is multicultural, multi-ethnic. My son has, he's part Hindi, part, of course, Suriname or Dutch, and Hispanic from my side, Hispanic. So my son has my son loves, he loves a lot of things that kids are doing now. They're playing games like Roblox. Roblox is the type of game that when you play, it actually teaches you how to write programming. You learn how to code. Because you have to write, he writes his own, he writes a lot of games on his own. He plays like little games and he makes his own code. So, you could code. There's other games, there's other websites that he uses. So my son, he loves to do programming, a lot of code. He writes his own games. Basically, he writes his own characters, and puts them on the computer, and he, so. But my son is like me when I was little. I was very shy around other kids and all that. I know he's gonna eventually, he's gonna be out of it. He's gonna get out of it tomorrow. I mean, someday he'll be, I was the same way. But the good thing about being introverted is that you don't get in trouble. What I mean is you don't hang out with other kids and do stupid things. A lot of kids that are introverted, they're into other hobbies. They don't care about playing with other kids. That was me when I was little. I didn't play with other kids. I didn't play with other kids until I was a teenager and I was into sports. When I was into sports is when I started playing with other kids. That was later on. That was like high school, basically. Not even junior high school. I was like that. Yeah, really high school. High school level. That's when I started playing playing sports and all that stuff. But before that, I was very to myself. I didn't like to play with other kids. I didn't care about because I didn't like to be around. I didn't like to be around whiny kids. Kids that need too much attention. I couldn't stand kids like that. You know, there's kids like that. They're like you playing with something, they're gonna snatch out your hand because they want to play with it. I just look at them like, like what the hell? What's wrong with this kid? You know, I had a couple of brothers like that. I'm living with one upstairs. He's like that. When we were kids, he was like that, very needy for attention. Me, I was never into that. I didn't care for attention. So I could spend, I could spend hours reading books, all types of books I will read, you know. Um, that's why when I watch a documentary, my wife looks at me like, why are you watching this stuff? I'm like, because it's interesting to me. My wife will watch a soap opera. I can't watch soap operas. She watches like the most stupidest soap operas. To me, that's like brain rot. Me, I rather watch a good movie that's like fiction, a story, history movie, or documentary. I love documentaries. I watch a lot of documentaries. I love documentaries. Uh, something that I'm gonna learn from, something that is gonna teach me something. You know, and that's the way I always been. When I read a book, I still read a lot of history books. I was never into like nonfiction, whatever, Harry Potter, all that. I was never into that shit. I was not into that, reading those type of books. When I read a book, it has to be a history book, or somebody's biography books, or whatever, autobiography or biography book, or a history book, or an educational book that's teaching me something. Otherwise, I'm not gonna read it. I don't care for whatever Harry Potter or whatever nonfiction, whatever. I don't care about all that. I know people that read all that shit and they waste. To me, that's just a waste of time. I'm sorry. Time. That's another thing about me. The time is always a commodity. Growing up, I always had that in my head. I always had that clock in my head. Maybe it's my OCD or whatever you want to call it. My wife used to tell me that when we first met. She said, "You're obsessed with time." I said, "Yeah, of course I'm obsessed with time. We can't take things for granted." Right now I've been on for almost 4 hours. Do I have 100 people watching me? No. Do I care? No. But I'm talking to you guys. You guys here in the chat. Can I be doing something else? Yeah, but I'm gonna do it later on. But I'm always conscious about the time. I'm always conscious. Of course, I'm conscious about the time. How can you not be conscious about time? I don't understand that. I cannot understand people that are not conscious about time. I remember when I was, I can remember when I was, my son's age, thinking about how what's gonna happen when I'm 20, how the world's gonna be when I'm 20. I used to imagine all these things. Or when you're 20, how's it going to be when you're 50? You know, I did you could imagine it. I did imagine it. I'm not gonna say it tell you I didn't. Of course, well, I did. I think we all did at some point. And what I mean by conscious of time, also, I'm very punctual. When I want to be punctual, I can be very punctual. My wife, on the other hand, she's not punctual at all. If I tell her, meet me over here by 1 o'clock this afternoon, I'm going to be in this corner, never shows up on time. And it's not only her, it's a lot of people like that. A lot of people are like that. They just don't have no concept of time. They take things for, a lot of people take things for granted about time. And as we get older, we value time even more. I think a lot of us, especially me, I'm 58. I value time even more now. You know? Tomorrow's no guarantee, folks. Yeah. So let me read down here. James Farley, I wish more parents would like, oh, thank you. That's nice for you to say. James Farley, I can understand a little Spanish growing up, but I have a problem with Portuguese. Portuguese, I understand a little bit of it because I have neighbors around me that are Portuguese. I mean, they're from Brazil, but the Portuguese is a language in Brazil. So there's a lot of Brazilian, well, there's a couple of Portuguese also. My neighbor across the street is from Portugal. Yeah, he speaks Portuguese. But I mean, he knows English too, so. But I hear him talking and all that, and it's similar to Spanish, Portuguese. He's like a cross between Italian and Spanish. There's some similarities. Yeah. Yeah, I know they're similar. I paid $1,300 for 1 bedroom. Yeah, and that's where you are. Imagine where you are. We already paid $1,300. Over here in Yonkers, 1 bedroom apartment is over $1,500 easily over $1,500 a month. It's expensive. The new apartments like that are 1,800. Yeah, 1,800. Yeah, that's exactly. So we're approaching $2,000 a month. Yeah, I don't blame you. I had no plans of leaving. Yeah. Me, I would like to move south eventually. So, because it's just cost of living in New York is crazy, and it goes back to what I'm saying. People keep voting for idiots. Cost of living keeps going through the roof. We're fortunate here in Yonkers in this part that it's fairly safe. It's fairly safe here. But if crime would have been really crazy here, we would have been gone. We would have sold this house and get the hell out of Dodge. Believe me. I mean, we were this close to leaving because of my wife, because of the mandates. They had all these mandates. They take all these, you got to take the booster shot. My wife already took the first 2 shots. But now the governor was doubling down on stupidity and telling people to take a booster. And that's when they said, nope, that's not going to happen. We were very close to leaving. If the governor would have told people to get the booster also to work in the healthcare, we were gone. We would have been gone. No way. Would have been somewhere else. But then she backed off because a lot of people left. A lot of healthcare workers, police officers left New York State. A lot. As a matter of fact, other states were giving them incentives to move. I know in Florida, they were paying people $5,000 for moving expenses. I know governor. I know the one in Florida said, "We'll pay you $5,000 to help you move here." And imagine that somebody paying you $5,000 just to move there. And work in Florida where you don't even have to take a shot. That's why a lot of people left. They lost a lot of people here. A lot. I'm talking about a lot of people. Especially healthcare workers. They lost a lot. Because that's what happens when you got stupid people running the state. You can't force people to do. When you start forcing people to do something, that's it. And people are gonna vote with their feet. They're gonna leave. That's it. And that's what happened. They all. I mean, right now there's a shortage. There's a shortage of, especially in New York City, police officers. There's a big shortage of that. Nobody wants to be a cop now because people get disrespected now like crazy. I remember as a kid. I remember watching this one guy, right? I was probably around 12. I'm trying to remember her. There was this one guy, he was like arguing with this girl, right? He was arguing with this woman. And the police tried to break it up. This cop, tried to break it. He said, "Hey, you don't break it up." And then the guy started fighting with the police officer. He was like, he put up his hands and he tried to fight with the police officer. And he took a swing at him and everything at the police officer. The other guy came from the side, whipped out a billy club, because they had the baton. They used to call it a nightstick. You know the nightstick? Not that little wand thing no. This is a nightstick. It's all wood. And he went to town with that guy. Bang, 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 bang. Like once they had him in position, the guy cracked him over the head with the billy club. They call it a billy club or nightstick. And I can hear that skull going, "Ooh." I never forget that sound. I cracked them over the head. This is like 40 years ago. 40 plus years ago. 40 plus years ago. And they didn't mess around. You didn't mess around with a cop back then. You got hit, you got the nightstick. Now you see videos on, they're all in their face, literally spitting in their face now. And they just sit there and take it. Of course, nobody wants to work for them. Nobody wants to put up with that abuse. I'm sorry. Let alone if you even, somebody gets in your face and you just shove them and they hit the ground. That's already, oh my God, you just assaulted, come on, give me a break. But that's the state we're in now, like who the hell wants to be you couldn't pay me enough to do that. No way, I put up with that abuse. Yeah. But when I saw that as a kid, I said to myself, don't mess with them. Don't mess with them. Be respectful. Don't mess with. I never had it out like that. No, not like that. But back then, no. Back then, you get the billy club. Bing! I mean, he cracked that guy in the head. I was like, ooh, yeah. And then they brought him down and they cuffed him up and they took him away. And the guy, he was like, he was flexing. He took a swing at the other guy. He hit him. The other cop came in, bang, 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 lights out. That's it. I remember seeing that as a kid in a bodega. It was I was going to the store. I went in the store, and the man is arguing with this woman. I guess I don't know, they were a domestic thing, whatever. And he's like grabbing her. And she's like, get the F off of me. And she's swinging at him. And the cop heard that and he went in the store. And then he started fighting with the cop. And then the other cop came in and handled his business. And that's the way it was back in those days. That's it. You didn't mess around. You didn't mess around with them. You see what's happening now? It's ridiculous. You see all these people protesting in the street. They shut down the whole freaking highway. And there's no consequences for all this stupidity, you know? And when your state governor doesn't back them up, that's why we get this lawlessness nonsense. And that's why people leave. People leave, you know. It's not even because of jobs. It's just people don't want to deal with, people don't want to put up with that, you know. It's disgraceful. Yeah. Yeah, James Wiley, if your neighborhood is good and it's safe, yeah, I wouldn't leave either. You know? It doesn't matter where you go, there's always some parts that are gonna be, upstate New York used to be very nice. Upstate New York, there's some areas used to be very nice to live. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. Even when I went to Niagara Falls, I've been to Niagara Falls, New York, a few times, and every time I go back up there, it feels like it's worse and worse. It's run down, a lot of boarded up places. You know, it's like, wow, what the hell? I mean, we were thinking about buying a house up there. We were thinking about buying a house up there in Niagara Falls, and then we started walking around and driving around. I'm like, oh my God, this is like, what the hell's going on here? And then, of course, I go on YouTube and I see, and and then I, what happened. They used to have, they used to be, many years ago, Niagara Falls used to be a nice place. Yeah, nice tourism thing going on. Now it's a slum. It's a slum. It's a slum. Yeah, I know. Same thing in Buffalo. I was staying in Buffalo. My wife's husband. Well, I don't say my brother-in-law, but that's my wife's. I mean, my wife. Excuse me, my sister-in-law's husband. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry about that. My sister-in-law's husband is from Buffalo. He still has a house up there. I believe he sold it finally because his mom passed away. His mom used to live up there in Buffalo. His mom used to live in Buffalo. I know that because he's from Buffalo. But she passed away a couple of years ago. I believe he sold it now. But I stood in Buffalo when I got married, because I got married in Niagara Falls. Because my wife, we go up there every other year. We go to Niagara Falls. I've been to Niagara Falls like 6 times already. In the last, first time we went there was 2009 or 2008. I've been there about 6 times already. We were there like 4 years ago. We took we took our son there. But yeah, I wouldn't buy a house up here. I wouldn't buy a house down in New York State. We thought about it. We thought about buying a house further up, just in New York State. But now, no. Now, that's not the case now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, and to COD, and hello, my friend. Yeah, I bet he had bells ringing with that hit crack. Yeah, he did. He did. I won't travel into Buffalo anymore. I'm crime ridden. Don't buy a house in anywhere. Yeah, I know. Because every time we kept going up to Niagara Falls, and the place that we went up there, we stopped along. We stopped along areas like Syracuse, Rochester. Yeah, and I'm like, what the hell, man? Everything looks gritty, run down. Troy, New York, another place we went through. I was like, oh my God, what the hell's wrong with these places? Here in Yonkers is not that. Here in Yonkers is pretty good, not that bad. In fact, Yonkers, population-wise, we're number 3 now. We passed Rochester. Right now, number 1 is New York City, of course. Buffalo's number 2 in population, and then Yonkers, we're number 3. And then it's Rochester. Rochester's number 4. So Yonkers right now is about 300,000, I believe. 300,000 population now. Rochester really dropped. They're really dropping fast. So yeah, and we even thought about Rochester because of healthcare. Because my wife is she's in the healthcare industry, and they do have quite a few hospitals up there in Rochester. But after looking at all the other stuff, I said no. It's crazy. Crime is crazy. It's like, yeah. So he was born in Buffalo in 1955, but moved to Central Pennsylvania. My sister-in-law, the same one from Long Island, she has a house in the Poconos. They bought a second home in the Poconos, and she loves it there. She says, she's trying to convince my wife to get a house in the Poconos so they can live nearby because she's going to retire soon. She's going to retire soon. I think she's going to retire. Yeah, because she's in the healthcare industry also. I believe she's going to retire soon. But she's still young, though. She's like my age. It's too early to retire. I think, people retire when they're in their 50s. And I was like, wow. I said, because she's younger than me. And she's talking about retirement. I'm like, wow. Because this house, eventually, when we get a second house, I think it's just more my wife, the where she's at now. I think she wants to have 20 years and then qualify for that pension. And then move away, and then this house, by then it'll be my son's house. When my son is older, he'll have this house. If he wants it, when he gets older. He probably, and I told my son that. I told my son, I said, when you get older, you want to, I told him early, when you're young, whatever, travel. Don't settle down for the first whatever. don't make that mistake. Go see the world. Not necessarily join the military. I mean, if he wants to join the military, he can. But what I mean by go see, well, yeah, join the military too. Yeah, I'm not gonna. That stuff about when you finish high school, go straight to college. I don't buy into that anymore. Not really, I don't really care about that now. So, but Pennsylvania, I like Pennsylvania. We've been, I've been to Pennsylvania. I went, You know, I like, well, obviously except for the big city, like Philadelphia. Ugh. My ex-mother-in-law lives there. She lives in Philly. My ex-mother-in-law, she lives in Philadelphia. They live in Philly. He used to always invite me there. Annie, when you gonna come over here? I'm like, no, you ain't gonna pay me to go to Philly. You cannot pay me to go to Philly. I can't stand all the sports teams there. Literally, I can't stand the Eagles. Can't stand the Phillies. Can't stand the Steelers, Pittsburgh. That's another city. The Pirates. Oh my God. But other than those two cities, okay, not bad. Penn State, okay. Penn State, I can like. I can like Penn State. Penn State. You know what time I could have stayed Penn State when they beat Nebraska. They played Nebraska. That's my college football team right there. Nebraska. They beat Nebraska. I would no. University of Nebraska, Lincoln. The Cornhuskers. All right, I'm going to sign off now. 4 hours and 20 minutes in the books. I'm done. 3:38 p.m. I'm going to enjoy the rest of the day outside. It's 82 degrees. Wow. 82 degrees. And it was cloudy, though. But, okay, 82 degrees. Yeah, I'm going to enjoy the rest of the day. And I'll probably be back tomorrow. I don't know yet. Let me see. So, anyway, take care, everybody. And have a great day. And happy Easter. Happy Easter, everybody. And happy Passover.